Podium to deliver a land acknowledgement. Many of you know and work with Mansell, who is the program manager of the Indoor Air Quality in Tribal Communities Tribal Environmental Education Outreach Program at the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals at Northern Arizona University. After he delivers the land acknowledgement, I'll continue with some brief introductory remarks and introduce our keynote speaker. Mansell, please.
Thank you. I'd mentioned Charles that we needed to have a land acknowledgement, but I didn't plan for him to ask me to do it. I thought we had others here, and I see a few of you I haven't greeted yet. Janice, thank you for being here. But I have served tribal nations and communities for over 30 years now. And with the ITEP, we serve 574 federally recognized tribes. I have Navajo grandchildren and thousands of indigenous students that I've worked with over the last 30 years. We gratefully acknowledge the Native peoples whose ancestral homelands where we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities who make their home here today. And I want to emphasize today, it's not historical only. The Four Corners region of the United States is home to many indigenous tribes. The Anasazi, the Ute, the Paiute, the Navajo people are just some of them. Hopi, Zuni tribes, Apache. We're here to create collaborative, accountable, ongoing, and respectful relations with indigenous nations and communities. We're here to make things better. And as I researched land acknowledgement, it should be motivated by genuine respect and support for the Native peoples. And I sincerely feel like, at least I know that I'm at that point. And I know that many of you that have been serving and doing research with tribes in this region are also coming from that perspective. So I encourage us to have great conversations this day and to look for opportunities to partner and to work together to help address many of the issues that we find here in the Four Corners region impacting the indigenous people. Thank you.
Mansell, thank you so much for very meaningful, respectful land acknowledgement. Well, as described in the posted agenda, you'll read that this town hall is the fourth event in a workshop series that began in September of last year with a workshop at the National Academy of Sciences that focused on environmental justice and the indoor chemical environment. The next two workshops we held were also at the National Academies facilities in Washington, D.C. We are excited now to convene this town hall, the first in the series in the Four Corners region, to listen to, learn from, and talk with practitioners from the region, leading researchers from regional universities, educators, artists, the next generation of researchers, communicators, those working to build healthier homes, federal and tribal officials, as well as many other interested community representatives. In preparation for the town hall, we asked panelists to use the power of storytelling, coupled with their expertise and experience, to highlight what we know about chemical exposures and health concerns, what we don't know, and most importantly, what is most needed to be understood and then put into practice to improve people's health and build healthier homes in the Four Corners region. We're convening this town hall and have convened the other workshops with generous financial support from the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. The National Academies Consensus Study Report, which provides the foundation for these events, was generously funded by the Environmental Protection Agency, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. On behalf of the National Academy staff team, we are especially thankful for the excellent advice on planning the town hall and on finding panelists by Mansell Nelson, who you just heard from, Janny Ingram, Northern Arizona University, Johnny Lewis, Deb McKenzie, Jose Manuel Serrato of the University of New Mexico, Pat Childers and Beth Landis of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and many others. But they were really our core planning committee. You will learn from many of them today. And we are also grateful for the support services and the venue provided by San Juan College. And with deep appreciation, I want to thank the National Academies staff team for their superb work in organizing and running this town hall. Senior Program Officer Mike Janicki, Senior Program Assistant Darlene Groh, Senior Research Assistant Kay Wims, and Manager of Internal Communications and Program Support Eric Edkin, who is working virtually back at NAS headquarters. Now I am pleased to introduce Dr. Gillian Middlestad. She is the Executive Director of the Tribal Healthy Homes Network and served as a member of the National Academies Committee that wrote the report, Why Indoor Chemistry Matters. After her presentation, we'll have time for a dialogue with her until 10 a.m. Oh, and I want to mention before Gillian comes up to the podium that you'll notice virtual attendees. We are running this as a Zoom webinar, and you have the ability to submit questions and comments through the Zoom webinar feature. I will be monitoring that throughout the day, and I'll be then feeding those questions and comments to the panel chairs throughout today's town hall. So thank you very much. And Gillian, podium's yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Two caveats. One is I've lost my phone, so hopefully it won't ring and go off and interrupt us. And second, I am not a chemist. And so all of you out there collectively probably have vastly more amounts of knowledge on this topic. But I am a policy analyst. I've worked with tribes for 30 years. So we'll get into that. So first, again, I'm going to cover highlights of the report. I'm going to talk about stories from the field because that's ultimately where my heart is and where most of my work has been. And then I'm going to talk about just kind of looking forward. And I'm going to start, let's see, just page down. No, let's try this one. I'm just going to jump right in with a story. Aim at this. No. Oh, that one. Yeah. Right. Is that one not? All right. So like I said, I want to start with this story. This is the Tulalip Indian Reservation in the 1920s. And again, I'm from the Seattle area. So my stories are going to be based in the Northwest. And I wish they could be four corners, but I'm just going to share what my lived experience is and look forward to hearing from all of you today. That totem pole, I just wanted to share. William Shelton was an extremely talented carver. I show a picture of him just to honor him. But my story begins, and Mansell has heard this, and maybe some of you, in that building just behind that. That is a Bureau of Indian Affairs Superintendent's office, a few hundred yards away from the Tulalip Indian Boarding School. And that's where my story begins, and I'll come back to that. So we're going to call this the BIA building story just to get started. So this is the building about 10 years ago. 100 years later, you can see it's boarded up. My office was at the bottom left. I was in my 20s. So this building would backflow with raw sewage. And if it happened on the weekend, the sewage might sit there for 24, 48 hours, right? The staff would come in, vacuum it up, and clean it up with fungicides. But the building materials and the carpet were not ever replaced. So over time, we developed 27 different species of mold, including Staphylococcus. Mold was extensive. Lead paint chips were throughout. There was loose asbestos fibers on the old boiler system, and of course, fungicides. And then the occupants, there was about 15 of us in the building, and I'm not still to this day sure why they came to me. I was doing environmental health and environmental policy. Indoor air quality really wasn't much of a field. But they had headaches, nausea, upper and lower respiratory infections, immune suppression, a lot of miscarriages. And then 11 of the 11 pregnancies over the 3 years we're in the building were all preterm. And all of those children include 2 of mine who were born there, were both preterm and went on to develop asthma, Asperger's, a variety of conditions. I highlight this story because it shows, and I'll get into this later, the complexity of multiple chemicals and multiple exposures, adverse health outcomes. And could we actually connect the dots? Not quite yet. All right, so now I'm going to jump into the highlights of the report. I'm not going to read this. The reason I shared this slide this morning is just to show you that there were, outstanding experts on a variety and well-published. So we covered, a variety of topics related to indoor air chemistry. What I am going to do instead is focus on about five of them. I'm not going to go into depth. Again, my goal is to relay what is relevant to our conversation, which to me seems, for me personally, is more about the justice and the equity issues and why tribal, rural, low-income homes are different from those studied. So the other part that I created this to illustrate that when we're talking about indoor air chemistry, what we're really talking about is this constellation of diseases that occur that are related in some way to different exposures. Yes, there are genetic and dietary and other environmental exposures in water and in food. But the literature pretty well establishes that all of these have some relationship to a chemical or a particle that you're exposed to in the indoor environment. The trick is, it sort of looks like this right now. This is not meant to show clear linear relationships between any of the chemicals, any of the triggers, and the disease outcomes. It's meant to show that there is a lot going on in an indoor space and a lot of adverse health outcomes. And the committee did an outstanding job of trying to begin to piece this together. And I think ultimately what they wanted to show is the better we can understand this, the better models we can create to say, why are all these diseases occurring at double or triple the rates in Native communities or in a low-income community? If your house has X number of factors, there's a very good chance that the household members are going to have multiple conditions. And there is a clear relationship in that. All right, foundational concepts of the report. First of all, that the focus was on chemical phase of contaminants, not a particulate matter phase. There is another Academies report explicitly discussing particulate matter. They focused on primary emissions and secondary emissions, the byproducts when you had chemicals enter a home and interact with either other chemicals or gases. They focused on reservoirs in the home. I'm going to see, I guess, I can scroll this down. Because ultimately it wasn't just what was airborne, but reservoirs in a home are where a lot of those chemicals are both stored, reacting, and then off-gassing again. Let's see, I guess I can look right here. They talked about partitioning, which is essentially the process of a chemical transforming once it meets a surface or another chemical. Of course, they looked at the three primary exposure pathways, which is inhalation, ingestion, and dermal. All right, so in the next slide, there was a cartoon version of this, and I created this. The reason this slide I think is so useful is what it shows is that the drapes, the paint, the windows, carpet, dust, even the interstitial spaces you can't see here, the ductwork, the HVAC, not HVAC, but the attic spaces. These are all reservoirs for where chemicals that are brought into the home or infiltrate are going to settle. Simultaneously, these are all often emitting or giving off another type of chemical. And then there's interaction. So our home is actually a pretty active place for chemicals. All right, they also talked about complexity. So, and I'm sure you're all quite aware of this, we're rarely exposed to single chemicals. It's more common that there is a mix of chemicals in our home that are going to interact in some way. They're going to have additive or synergistic, or they're going to have antagonistic effects. And what the committee experts also noted is a lot of it, when those mixtures happen, they don't always understand how they are, what happens to an exposure, sort of like the slide I showed first, right? Is when you have, ozone come in and it meets with ammonia or carbon dioxide. We may not have models to understand exactly what happens. All right. And so, yeah, their goal is to say, if we can have an advanced understanding of these interactions, we can better understand cumulative effects. And to me, cumulative effects is a foundation, right, of environmental justice and the disease rates. So as a member of the report, especially one who was not a chemist, I was sort of trying to observe, learn, understand And what struck me very clearly is all these chemical reactions that were described, if you were to go over to the science and you were to look at all of the indoor air testing and sampling and monitoring that's done, 98% of it is done in a apartment or a townhouse or a single family home that has an HVAC system, that is not heated with wood, that is not filled with deficiencies, that was built to code. So what happens in that home is extremely different from a lot of the homes that we encounter, right? So I think that's what I wanted to emphasize in the report as we had conversations. So as an example, one that we're all familiar with is overcrowded homes, right? You're gonna have, if you have 8 people in a home instead of 2.5, how many times a day are you gonna cook and cook longer, right? So cooking emissions are one of the most significant sources of not only particulates, but certain chemicals. You're gonna have more people showering and bathing, so you're gonna have more moisture in the air and your relative humidity. You're gonna have more higher human bioeffluents. So our skin oils, our skin flakes, carbon dioxide that we all breathe, ammonia that we exhale. There's more personal care products, especially if my daughter lives in the house. There's, and then there's more infectious disease transmission, right? During COVID, we knew that an overcrowded home is simply gonna have more likelihood of aerosol and airborne viral particles that can be transmitted. So the other example, though, is homes with wood heat or inefficient heat are also going to have different indoor air chemistry and different risks. And I know you all probably work in this, but you're going to have, if you're burning wood or you're burning coal, especially you might be burning wet wood, you're going to have vastly different chemicals and more of them. You're going to have more temperature variation in all the homes that I'm in, you know, whether it's a baseboard electric or a wood heat, your back bedroom might be 52 degrees and the door is closed. And so the humidity and the mold growth there is significant. And it might be, especially if it's an elder's home, it might be 80 degrees in the main room. So those temperature differentials are also going to affect the chemical reactions. And then of course, if you're burning wood or coal, you're going to have higher relative humidity. And then you're also going to have more particulate matter. During wildfire smoke episodes, some researchers began to see that if you have more particulates in the home, let's say it's from a wood smoke or from your own stove or from a wildfire smoke, that it's possible that the COVID particles are actually attaching to them. So it's giving COVID particles a way to stay suspended. It's giving them an attachment vehicle inside the home, as opposed to if there were no particles in the air. And then finally, of course, probably one of the biggest ones is what's different about that single family home that's studied in the research is, you know, historically tribes were displaced and forced into lands that maybe had been habitable, but may no longer have been. So many tribes are forced into a place where we're moved into a place where it might be more likely to be drought prone. And if that's, or away from a river, away from a water body. So you have more potential for indoor dust, infiltrated, and of course, contaminated dust. Tribes moved in certain areas, you can see just the slide there, maybe now in a place where there's greater risk of flash flooding. So in those homes with water damage, you're gonna have mold proliferation and mycotoxins. And of course, after tribes have been moved, then federal and state and local governments said, well, that's a great place to site all these different industries. And as a result, we have the infiltration of all of those airborne particles that come from a coal-fired power plant or from a mine, from a diesel, from a, you know, paper industry or paper plant. And then the other thing, not so much, I'm not sure in the Four Corners, but I can tell you that by moving tribes, you also ended up having to force the construction of homes on lands that weren't necessarily great for foundations. At Tulalip, the water table in some places only is about 12 inches below the surface. So you'll see later a lot of the foundations are filled with water. In Alaska, some of the foundations are of course cracking because of permafrost. So I'm going to go back to a story now. I just clicked too fast. It said the asthma home visit story. This is a picture of me maybe about 18 years ago, 15 years ago, doing an asthma home visit. There was a lot of money because the goal was CDC was saying, let's develop these asthma home visit programs for tribes. We know in Navajo, we know in certain tribes in Alaska, they have some of the highest rates of asthma in the developed world. So maybe if we take this Western CDC model and go in and try to develop a program where we interview the occupants and we look at the asthma triggers, maybe we can reduce the severity. So on the face of it, it's a really good program and a good idea. So I start going in, I was trained before this, but I go in to start measuring some of the different variables in a home that are specifically associated with asthma exacerbation. But as you can see, there's 2 holes in the drywall, there's rot in the windowsill. My meters are going off the charts for what the water content is there. So the issue, this is a picture of one of the Tulalip homes. The home is literally rotting from the inside out. So the concept that we can go in with a questionnaire to ask someone about their asthma triggers, and we can bring in an air cleaner, that's good. But the underlying policies that led to underfunding of tribal and rural homes means that we're working with much bigger things. I also want to share, this is Dean Henry. He's a long time friend and colleague. He's the champion that just keeps me going. He literally drives around in his truck as the OSHA manager, and if he sees how a house is being built or potential mold issues, he goes to me, he goes to housing, and he goes right out to the boardroom, and he will literally stand there and wait until they come out of a board meeting to talk to them and say, you know what, I found another issue. The way his quote that is used often is, people are living in these homes, it starts from the little ones on up, the babies onto the elders. They all have some kind of asthma. This is huge. They've been breathing this stuff for years. So I want to just put some numbers behind that. The board asked for the clinic to identify the total number of visits over a 5-year period, right? So I'm not going to walk through all of this. What I want to call your attention to is the blue numbers. This is age birth to 10. The number of patients seen in 5 years was 1,000. 1,700 visits, and this is 2,700 people living on the reservation. So these are astronomically high numbers. The reason this matters is that age 0 to 10, they're on the carpet, they're on the floor in those homes, they're inhaling the dust. The ingestion is right there, right? So part of the reason this is prominent, I wanted to include this, is to show that the chemistry and the particles in our homes very clearly have an impact on pediatric asthma. All right, indoor sources of chemicals. I'm just going to talk about the 2 big buckets. There's the materials that are made to build the home that we bring into the home, right? It can be the drywall, the insulation we use, the caulking, the the paints. It also is all the furnishings we put in the home, all the cleaning products, our own clothing, beauty products, everything like that. But then there's also all the activities we physically do each day. We cook, we bathe, we sometimes burn candles, use air fresheners, wood, coal burning, smoking, vaping. All of those things bring chemicals and chemicals that interact throughout the day. But the other part is that the toxicity can really vary. And the reason that there's whole activist groups and nonprofits focused explicitly on phthalates and flame retardants. They are the most ubiquitous. So this slide this is from the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I just grabbed it because it really gave a good illustration. Essentially, it shows where the different phenols, phthalates, flame retardants come from in our consumer products. It's not so much important to see this as to say is when they looked at the literature, these were found in almost 100% of the samples. So in almost every home, these are ubiquitous. They're associated with developmental, well, you can see here it describes them, but with developmental delays, neurological delays, hormone disruption, they're carcinogenic. So unfortunately, we ourselves unknowingly do a lot of things to affect the indoor air chemistry. Okay, outdoor indoor is another topic they covered. What you can see here, this is just from one study in Edmonton during a wildfire event. The reason I share it is it's a nice clean correlation, and you can see on the different axes that as outdoor particulate matter increased, indoor concentrations increased, right? Homes are generally very leaky. The reason this matters is that what's outdoors is indoors, and it affects the chemicals indoors. So this is a graphic from the report. It shows essentially you can see outdoor pollutants infiltrating into the home, And then I won't read this, but what you can see is there's all sorts of chemical, there's different changes from gas to particulates. There's chemicals deposit in the reservoirs, then they're resuspended. So where we live absolutely matters to the indoor air chemistry. And the quality of the seal of this home absolutely matters to how much of whatever is outdoors is indoors. Another story. So this one I call the FEMA trailer story. I'm sure most of you are familiar with after Hurricane Katrina and the hazards that happened with the FEMA trailers, right? This is not the actual picture. The story, though, is I got a call that there was a Tulalip elder who was feeling quite sick. So we go to check out her home, and it turns out that she had somehow managed to have someone put a wood stove inside the FEMA trailer. So what was happening is everything in a FEMA trailer or in other trailers is built with manufactured or compressed wood products, right? So it's all the flooring is laminate, the sides. Essentially what she was doing was cooking the inside of her home, because as the temperatures got up into 70 or 80, the formaldehyde levels, it was coming right out of the walls and right out of the floors. So she was very sick from the formaldehyde. And it just gives you, again, I share this story because this is what I see in the field, and this is not necessarily what's explored yet in the literature. A couple of final things. Resilience of the built environment, they also talked about. They talked about how ventilation is central to lowering our indoor chemical exposure, right? Ideally, we want good air exchange. And that there's a trade-off. The tighter the building gets, of course, you're then reducing the volume of chemicals that infiltrate in the home, but you're also, the more sealed the home is, the more likely you're going to have concentrations of indoor chemicals build up. And then third, and to me this was most important, is that some of the research on this says, well, window opening is an effective way to reduce indoor concentrations. It is, but where you live, you could be introducing a whole body of new chemicals into your home. I was up in Alaska a couple months ago and they were saying, well, Gillian, a lot of our windows aren't even operable. It may be even getting too warm in parts of central and southeast Alaska, but they can't even open their homes. So the idea that you could have air exchange is almost impossible. But here's the other big factor that is of a timely issue. Homes now are actually becoming a refuge because they're critical infrastructure now, because as we have outdoor events, we have, heat where people are seeking a cooler, more comfortable environment. A lot of my field work with elders, they want to stay in their homes. Their pets are there, their medications are there, their grandkids might be there. They're not going to go to some cooling center with them, right? Their TV is there. The community health worker is going to stop by. So yes, I do value cooling centers, but I also know that we've got to figure out how to make homes a safer place. Homes are also a refuge when it's really smoky outside from excessive wildfires, precipitation, and then even pandemics. Homes are a safe place. But if your home is wood heated and you have a lot of particulates, or if it's overcrowded, your home may be a place you might be more likely to be exposed to COVID or other infectious aerosols. All right, last one is environmental justice and indoor chemistry. It was a topic I was trying to really bring into the research on this report because, like I said, I think we are canyons apart in terms of what's studied and what actually exists. But what we did cover was, there are unique sources in substandard housing, how it was built, when it was built. Chemistry itself, and I've kind of covered these in some of my stories, but if you're heating, your cooling, your ventilation and filtration systems either don't exist, they're substandard, there's a long history of lack of maintenance and repair, the glass is cracked on your wood stove itself, you're going to have all sorts of different chemical reactions due to variability in temperature and relative humidity. The outdoor contaminants, it's what we see all the time, right? Whether you're near a mine, you're near egg burning, you're near pesticide spraying, you're near, at least in the Northwest, there's only a handful of urban tribes. but it's our tribes in the most rural areas in the desert that have some of the most significant, outdoor facilities. And then finally, of course, there's differences in activity patterns. All right. So looking forward, I didn't want to end on a completely, kind of wanted to say, based on this fairly dire story, what is it that we can talk about, whether it's today or with our colleagues, about what needs to change, what kind of policy reforms, right? Yes, we're aware of indoor chemistry, we're aware of substandard housing, we have this whole field of healthy housing, but how much are we really pushing to say the worst of the worst need to be funded now? Yes, the IRA is helping us, but we need to work on this right now and not keep studying is great, but action needs to go hand in hand, right? And we don't necessarily have enough buy-in from Congress. And I will say, I call that institutional racism. When Congress knows how bad the housing is, and they only do incremental increases year after year after decade, that's what racism looks like, right? It may not be in a big banner, but it's there if you look at their patterns. So a policy that, we can look forward, look back, historic displacement onto lands not always suited for housing. And then, state and locals and industry said, well, this is a great place to put competing uses. So what are some of the counter policies that we could kind of look to? More funds for tribal land buyback programs and land consolidation programs. So that tribes have choices of where they build their residential or commercial or their gathering spaces or their community buildings. Cumulative effects is a bit esoteric, but it's actually EPA is saying, how can we include that in permitting and regulatory decision-making? So instead of saying, what does this one stack emit? Let's consider the fact that there's 6 other outdoor sources, some Title V sources, this is what's going on with the housing, and you take that into consideration before you approve an individual permit. So another policy historically is that, HUD, in their wisdom at the time, said, well, let's fund stick-built homes. Let's fund the same uniform homes in every climate around the United States. Instead of looking to tribes and saying, you've adapted for thousands of years to this climate, and how you build that home has knowledge for us. But that was set aside, and instead we have your classic HUD house, right? We all know what that looks like. So a counter policy, things we can look to is, first of all, integrating and supporting traditional tribal building practices, and increasing federal investments in green energy and energy security. I didn't even know what energy security was, and I've been working on climate planning. I never went back. I'm sorry. I never went back and said, so what do? I work with the Tulalip tribes for 30 plus years. I run their air and indoor environments program. I'm out in the field quite a bit. About 18 years ago, I started the Tribal Healthy Homes Network with EPA Region 10 funding and with the leadership of the Tulalip tribes. We do training, technical assistance, community-based research. We develop materials by tribes, with tribes, for tribes. Mostly we focus on training tribal housing staff, maintenance staff, custodial staff, community health workers, early learning teachers, you name it. If a tribe says we want to learn about this, we will bring in either our own team or other people to come in, because the goal is to create a norm, right? To have a conversation so that multiple departments within your organization or community or tribe have had the same training and know why it's important. Apologize. Partnership for Air Matters, that logo you saw, that program is about 12 years old, and that's based on the idea that no program will ever reach every single resident, but we're all at risk. So Air Matters focuses on engaging and informing people so they begin their own learning journey, right? We all learn best when we have some information and then we go with it and we look it up, or we talk to neighbors, or we even ask our doctor something. We want to know. That's the basis of Air Matters, is that we need to have an empowered and informed, community members. So I apologize. That's my background and where I've come from, or what I do. Okay, 2 more policies just to wrap up. We have an ongoing federal underinvestment, right? For years and years, as you know, the amount of funding has never been enough for tribes to build quickly enough. And there is long wait lists. And, I have Tulalip elder friends who were on wait lists for years. And then as a result, you end up with overcrowding. And that overcrowding, as I described earlier, absolutely affects the indoor air chemistry and in turn, the health of the occupants. Let's see. And then we have this trade-off. When you have ICDBG funding that is only a certain amount for tribes, you can build new or you can repair existing. And sometimes you don't have enough money to repair the existing. So you end up with a new, beautiful tribal health clinic, but you could have hundreds of homes where, you know, they're leaky and have not yet been weatherized. So that trade-off, because of the lack of money, some tribes have, you know, I see tribal housing directors come and go. It's a tough position. So the counter policy would be, we need to expand affordable housing programs, both for tribes and for low-income and rural communities. We need to continue to expand the home repair programs and the LIHEAP funding and weatherization. And then every tribe should have a higher baseline under the HUD Indian Housing Block Grant Program, right? So that it doesn't matter if you have a grant writing program or if you have no grant writer and you're doing it all, you know you're going to get maybe double what you should be getting. So, and then I'm just going to end with a happy story. This is the heat pump story. So, this guy ran the Elders Housing Repair Program, and this is one of the Tulalip elders. We got about 60,000 from a local agency, and the Tulalip board matched that with direct dollars. So we had 120,000, and we were able to put in heat pumps, like maybe 15 tribal elders who use wood for burning. It is, at least in the Northwest, and here I think it's starting to be, the technology is as effective in hotter climates, but lowers the utility bill, reduces the need to put on the wood stove all the time. It has moderate minor filtration, but it does help somewhat. So I share this because it's really like, we now have with the Inflation Reduction Act, I've been doing nothing but grants. We have almost 1.7 million now today to put in. Almost every tribal Tulalip home that needs a heat pump is going to get one, as well as an air filter. So there are simple successes, and that's what I wanted. Not simple, this is work, but it's pretty straightforward. You can improve air exchange and improve indoor air chemistry. So finally, just a few photos of, you know, this is upper right. I think this is Eastern Cherokee. We do a lot of training, not quite like Mansell does. We do are specifically on sort of the healthy homes and on our toolkits. This is our Air Matters website, and I'll give you a QR code to that. We have two toolkits. We have a Smoke Matters toolkit, which helps people build a smoke-safe room, and we have a Air Matters toolkit. These were generated, if you go all the way back to the beginning, when I showed you that BIA house that was condemned. When I was able to get that condemned and the board had the leadership to move us, that was a turning point in my life and my work, because I understood that there were hundreds of thousands of houses like that around the country. People wouldn't be able to move, and even if they could, the house down the street would also have those hazards, right? Or it would be a wait list. And then even if you develop asthma home visit programs and weatherization programs, they're underfunded. So you have hundreds of thousands of people who may never have direct contact except for their physician, and that's another story for another day, because physicians should be screening people about the health and quality of their homes and referring them. But the point is the toolkits are there to help people say, oh, there is some actions, not a lot, but there's a few things. I can monitor carbon monoxide, and I can know how to test for lead and how to test for radon. So last slide, I'm just going to share. We have almost 3,000, I think it's 2,600 toolkits that tribes and a few rural communities have distributed around the United States and Alaska. And then this QR code, we just finished a 3-year project of creating a set of 11 videos. They're in English and Spanish, and they're on every healthy home topic. They're on lead, radon, carbon monoxide, asthma triggers, how to use a hygrometer, how to use a moisture meter with your chimney, whatever it might be. The videos are an incredible learning tool for people. You can share them through your community health workers, through if you have a tribal social media, whatever it might be. And we attach them to the toolkits as well. So that's it. There's my contact information, our websites. And I hope that gives you a good idea of, you know, to me, why the indoor air chemistry matters for us. And I look forward to hearing from all of you today too.
Gillian, thank you very much. That was excellent. And I also love you have, as also a good scholar there, you have references at the end too. So no, no, I understand. And it also, like I was saying earlier, you use the power of storytelling and you're backing it up with real data, real experience, lived experience and scientific experience. So that was wonderful. We have 18 or 19 minutes for Q&A, dialogue with you. And so we have, looks like 2 or 3 questions just popped up through the webinar. So we can get to those, but I also want to ask if anyone in the room, and we have a really great turnout here live in person here at San Juan College. So any of you would like to ask a question or make a comment to Gillian, please go up to the microphone and then we'll pick you up. And yes,
It's live.
Johnny Lewis, go for it.
Here she is. That was great. Really nice job. So that I couldn't help but notice that all the tribes that we work with were not part of that network. And so how does that get established? Does a tribe have to reach out to you and initiate that? Or is this something that's just growing organically? Or can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I will say that the Southwest has so much access to ITEP and at NAU that there's been a lot of training over the years. So that in part is, we focus heavily in Region 10.
Okay.
Indoor chemistry and healthy homes and tribal communities is a field about this big, right? So we do always engage with tribes around the country because there's always something we can learn from work. There's always tribes that are doing something innovative. So yeah, I'd love, like Intertribal Council, I think of Arizona has done our toolkits, but yeah, there's not many individual.
Well, we work in the Northern Plains too, and that was the other big gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the way through everywhere we work, they weren't there. So
Well, I'd love to be able to connect with you because we do have funding to bring people out, a trainer, and they'll do like a, one day during the day we'll be with different tribal staff. And in the evening, we'll do a community event. So bring some food, pay for childcare, and then have people come and just share their stories. And then we also provide the toolkits to say, yeah, but I'd love to connect that.
yeah, great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thanks, John. Mansell Nelson's coming up to the microphone.
While Mansel's coming up, I forgot to say something, which is stories that I have and stories that you have are not stories. They're data, right? They are the cues for researchers to say there's something going on. This story exists because there's a phenomenon happening in these homes or in this community or in this region of the United States. Because that story wouldn't exist if there wasn't a problem, right? And the other thing is those stories are red flags to policymakers that we're off the track and need to get back on the track. So I always encourage you, anytime you have conversations, any funder, any agency, you're the experts, you're where policy begins, you are where data begins. We all are if we are in the field. And I can't emphasize that enough. So Mansell, yeah.
Well, I've worked with Gillian for a long time. In fact, I first met her at a training in Seattle that I was conducting about 18 and a half years ago. And I saw the formation of the Tribal Healthy Homes Network. Gillian, and she had one of her housing staff at the training, and Gillian has been on quite a journey since and contributed in so many different ways to the efforts of air quality and indoor quality in healthy homes. I just wanted to expand a little bit in response to Johnny's question. I have been teaching Air Matters ever since it existed, and I do make sure they know about Gillian's services, and many of them then tap into the network and order materials from them. But I also make it obvious the option that they can go to Amazon and buy all the stuff. And I know that Gillian's not too offended about that because she's not making a lot of money off of distributing those kits. But I'll just say that there's a lot more tribes than what's showing up on her network. Because we work with all the tribes in the nation, but some of them are getting the kits through Amazon. And full disclosure, I need to admit that I have a son that works for Amazon, so he does appreciate the business. But the concepts that Gillian is sharing, I've also been able to benefit from her work and share that with tribes around the nation as well. But the obvious still stands. We need a lot more work and a lot more homes and a lot more tribal nations. I've been working on it for over 20 years and I'm just getting started. So, and I don't have 20 more years to go either. So I already have to use a cane to get further than across the room. So, but thank you, Gillian, for all the great work that you've done.
Great. Thank you, Mansell. Thank you. Great comments. If there's no one else in the room, oh, yeah, please go for it. And please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Janice Archuleta from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. I'm the Air Quality Program Manager, and I just wanted to say that I did use another one of your resources, your colleague Eileen, when we had we were trying to do a little bit of research into, why a tribal member had some coughing issues, and Eileen did give me the checklist, the indoor air quality checklist, which I thought was, kind of like the first step, and it's not very invasive, and the tribal members still had their privacy and things like that. So I just wanted to say that there's other resources out there that your institution has, and definitely for all tribes to, and others to, communities to take advantage of.
Glad to hear that, Janice. I've heard your name. I don't think I've ever met you in person. I think I've heard your name for quite a few years and been on work groups with you. And I think Eileen mentioned that. So, and if you ever want to be trained by Eileen, she's just so dang popular. She's why she does the training and not me. I mean, she's just funny and she's blunt, and she was a building contractor for 20 years, an architect by design, healthy homes, you name it. She's just full of knowledge, and she makes everybody crack up. So she's more fun than I am.
Thank you, Janice. So I'm not seeing any in-person people standing up at the moment. Let's go to some of the webinar submitted questions and comments. We got about 5 of them. I think the first one probably should be relatively easy to answer. Gillian, it's a remark. He said, this is person saying this is more of a remark. I'm wondering whether what you've been talking about in your work, doesn't it also apply to many non-Native American homes, even homes for people who are wealthier?
Yes, and so rural homes, low-income homes, Black and brown communities all over the United States, English as a second language. There, it's patent. The reason I don't, in middle-class homes, I have a home with an HVAC system. I'm fortunate, but that wasn't patently done, right? That is just because I happen to live in a region that has a good economy and I was able to afford it. My distinction is in, tribes, communities of color. It's patent. It's knowing that those conditions are bad and not doing adequate to fund them. So that's why I tend to focus on. Does that make sense? So, but yeah, no matter where you live, you will likely have issues, both what we wear, the furnishings. No house doesn't have issues. So yeah.
Right. I thought so. I thought that was
Yeah.
what you said. Right. But, so underscores why we're having this event today here. Right. Next question is, Gillian, can you touch base on aging in place, please?
Love that topic. So whoever asked that, thank you.
Amit is the name.
What's that?
Amit. That's just one word. One word. Well, I don't know the full name.
Household, ideally healthy homes should be like the checklist that Janice just talked about, should have safety hazards, a broken wood stove, lack of carbon monoxide detector, lack of smoke alarm, but whether the rugs and the handholds and the stairs out front, ideally they should be integrated. Because your health from a chronic exposure, that's not gonna matter if you're not safe and you fall and you break a hip or something else too. So ideally, and there are weatherization programs that do safety as well as the indoor hazards. Yeah, I fell and broke 2 bones in my back in my own home
Oh,
wearing socks. So I know that, wrong surfaces in your home are dangerous. So yeah.
great, thank you. Let's see, next question. Oh, I think this is a good one too. Do you all, I mean, probably you and your team, people you're working with and ones through training, do you face challenges with workforce capacity and contractor costs to install services such as heat pumps and weatherization, et cetera?
Yeah, so I will say that I usually am the one who will write the grants, help recruit the households. But then it is our housing staff or another tribe staff that will do obtaining the bids. What I've noticed, of course, is the more rural you are, the harder it is to get competitive bids or to get 3 bids. Workforce, absolutely. I mean, I work with a building performance center that's training people on weatherization and healthy homes and building sciences. But even just getting people to get those certifications is a challenge. And theoretically, that in the Inflation Reduction Act was supposed to be workforce development. So I hope that continues because they could ideally be unionized living wage jobs if we got to that point. It would be great.
Yeah, I'm certainly seeing that even in where I live in the District of Columbia in Washington DC. And yeah, we had a heat pump installed a year and a half ago and fortunately found a good contractor. The heat pump, I'm glad you brought that up, Gillian, because it saves so much money. It's very energy efficient and it really contributes to a healthier home.
Yeah.
Next question. So from Alexander Van Boom, he said, I'm wondering how great the problems of methane and radon are due to permafrost thaw. Maybe methane, but I don't know about radon.
Yeah, the methane is being released with the permafrost. Mansell, anybody else in this audience like to address that one? Because I know that it's happening, but could I provide any more knowledge on it? Not really, so
And we could also wait to panel 1 that Mansell is chairing, but go ahead, please.
Well, I was just up in Fairbanks last week and talking to folks about radon and indoor air, of course. There's a lot of unknown because we're not measuring a lot in Alaska for radon right now. Although I've been having conversations with the radon offices in Alaska. There's 2 people that specifically work on radon in Alaska. And so I'm working with both of them. And there's a new HUD requirement to include radon in their environmental assessments. So we're having the discussions of how we implement that. So I anticipate in the future, we'll see more testing. As far as methane, again, a lot of unknown because people aren't really monitoring for that. We do know that methane's being released. As to how much is getting into homes, the good news is most of the homes that are in permafrost areas are on pad and post, so they have a clearance under the home. So the biggest challenge is keeping those homes level. I've been in a few of them and it feels a little weird to have your floors at a 15-degree angle. So those kind of things are pretty obvious, but when it comes to gases like radon and methane, really unknown because there's not enough monitoring going on to really know what the impacts are. But we're aware that, and the folks in Alaska are aware that those are potential impacts.
Great, thank you very much.
Do you have questions there?
I have 2 more. Yeah, but we got 5 minutes left in this session, but we'll have time for you, Jose. If you want to ready to come up now, please go for it. Thank you.
Well, first of all, Gillian, very nice to meet you today and really inspiring work. So I congratulate you and your partners for it. And my question is, in the we were just talking with Charles as we started, right, in this transition that we are in this country after the elections. I wanted to know, what would you say are some, following up with all of the questions that have been asked to you, what would be the top priorities for you to continue growing this important work from a strategic standpoint? I want to understand resources. Is it people? How would you describe it to make sure that this continues?
Got an hour?
I know.
You know, it's a really good question. Anecdotally, I want to say, and maybe DC folks, when in 2016, when Trump was first elected, his White House budget cut EPA. EPA is just operates on a shoestring. They have an $8 billion budget. They're one of the smallest budgets of any federal agency. The White House proposed cutting it down to $3 billion. But what happened is Congress discovered that, wait a minute, EPA is really a pass-through organization. It funds our state air programs, our state water programs, our state RCRA programs. And so even state Republican governors and representatives said, wait, you can't cut EPA because those are jobs and those are programs in our states. My fingers are crossed that that's going to happen again, that we won't see a draft. We will see a cut, but hopefully not. I think it's more likely that civil unrest is our greater concern. And I don't say that drastically. I don't want to be over the top, but as far as priorities, I think getting Congress is conservative and they're not going to throw in new programs. But if we can gradually and continually increase the dial on the Healthy Homes Grant programs, on the IHBG, for Indian Health Service, who's drastically underfunded. So those are line items, which means we're a little safer. And just even though it's an incremental approach, we're more likely to have success by just telling these stories, showing up and showing how much funds is needed. You know, would I love to propose something new in Congress? Yeah, but unless the taxpayers are interested in it, it's yeah. Great question.
No, this may be the last question. Maybe we can get two more before we have to adjourn. And this next one, there's a lot of important information here and a lot of values, I would say. So it's from, I apologize if I mispronounced her name, Kirena Zosi. And she says she is a member of, my question just went away. Anyway, I'll see if I can remember it. Okay, thank you, Kay. Yeah, we hadn't answered it yet, but anyway, let me see if I remember it. So she works for the Southwest Research Information Council, SRIC. She's a member of Navajo Nation. And the essence of her question and comment is that first, she thanks you very much for you and your team's research and findings. That was great. But she feels that perhaps you're not taking into account the lived experience of people who live in Navajo, and that when you talk about overcrowding, she recommends instead substitute multi-generational, because for a lot of Navajo homes, they live in maybe 3 generations living in the home, and so she asked to take that into account. And also the other important point she raises is about wood burning stoves. For people of Navajo Nation, and I'm sure you're aware of this, is fire is sacred, and that a lot of they prefer using the wood burning stoves because of that value. So I wanted to pass those along.
And I appreciate you bringing those up. I think it's a really good point. Overcrowding is not the same as multi-generational. And the Tulalip homes I work with, most of them are multi-generational. And it's a blessing, frankly, I think a lot of white culture doesn't have, is that we don't have family support systems the way some of the tribal communities do. And I see the power of it. Overcrowding to me means you're on a wait list. So you have 6 to 8 to 10 people. In Alaska, you can have 9 or 10 people living in 800 square feet. So great point to just separate those. The other thing about wood burning is we always make a really important distinction that if you want to use it to heat your home, and it's used for spiritual and cultural and food preparation and smoking your fish and all those things, that's different from some agency not ensuring that your wood stove is a certified stove or has been repaired. So we don't ever promote that you, especially in times I worked in Alaska, that you move away from wood heat. It's, do you have the best functioning device, and do you have an air filter? And do you have access to dry wood? Do you have a place to store your wood that is covered? So her points are great, and I'm glad because they help me remind me about distinctions that are critical.
Great, thank you so much, Gillian. And we're at time. There are a couple other, other questions, comments, and I think we can circle back to those in the next couple of panels, and they're appropriate for those panels. But please join me in thanking very much Gillian for her excellent presentation and the Q&A. So those of you listening online, we're going to next 10 minutes, we're going to transition to panel number 1. People are going to come up. There's going to be a few people from panel 1 who are going to connect virtually, and they have their own dedicated links. And so a little bit of a mini break as we transition to panel number 1.
Well, welcome to panel 1 of the town hall. I'm grateful for those that have joined me. I do a lot of training, but I'm used to being on the platform by myself. But it's nice to have some companionship, and we should have some beaming in from headquarters at EPA. So hopefully they'll be on if they're not already. But my name is Mansell Nelson, and already been introduced as working with the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals. And I do a number of things at the Institute, but one of them is doing trainings on indoor quality. I also do our technical assistance on indoor quality. And so I got nominated by one of the folks that I've been working with, particularly during the COVID pandemic, to lead this panel. But I'm grateful that we have several joining us. Janice with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and Ryan with the Navajo Nation Tribe. Unfortunately, Carrie Joseph wasn't able to join us with Hopi due to last minute health issues. And then of course we've got our companions virtually from the EPA. And we're going to be looking at indoor air quality and water quality. I guess with Carrie not here, Ryan will be our lead water guy. He's a hydrologist for Navajo Nation. And I've done a little bit of work in that area as well. And I forgot, I got to use my clicker. There we go. And of course, hopefully you all know where you are, right? Physically, we're located in Farmington, which is part of what's commonly referred to as the Four Corners region. And as they developed this panel, I'm not sure exactly why they picked the Four Corners region, but I was amenable to it because I have family in the Four Corners region. I drive across the Four Corners region a couple times a month. So I think it's a great place to consider air and water issues. The picture is of the Four Corners. So depending on how broadly you want to define this, it's either a point on a map, or it's a region, or it's 4 states. And of course, it's the only place in the United States where we have 4 states that converge. Each of those states has tribes. Of course, the tribes have always occupied this area since, as the phrase goes, time immemorial. But currently federally recognized, Utah has 8 tribes, Arizona, 22 tribes, Colorado 2, and New Mexico 23. If you add those up, you're going to get a bigger number than there actually is, because Navajo Nation is in 3 of those. So they get counted 3 times, but they're a big nation, so it's okay. We're here to talk about air and water. And so yesterday, or maybe it was a couple days ago, I took a picture of the purple air map. Actually, it's the EPA Air Now website, but they rely a lot on purple air data. And as I look at the region, it's mostly green, which is good news outside for those of us breathing outside air. A few yellow spots, like in Denver, a metropolitan area, urban area, and Phoenix, another large urban area. Their air quality was a little bit compromised. The rest of us are green outside. What you're not seeing on this map is what's going on indoors. And I can tell you from personal experience, working in this arena, that indoors, we have a lot of issues that aren't identified on a map like this for the indoor air. I've also got a map of the Four Corners with the water. And I think the thing to remark on the most is there's not much of it. We have a couple of very small rivers. And by the way, I travel all over the country. For example, Gillian talked this morning, and I've actually even lived in Washington. They have rivers. Here in the Four Corners, compared to their rivers, we have little tiny streams, but yet they sustain millions of people. But there's also many issues. And of course, also what you can't see on this map is groundwater. And there are groundwaters that people rely on throughout the region. And those are the kind of things that we're going to be worrying about from a management perspective, both for water quality as well as quantity. Both of those are critical issues in the Four Corners. Is that me? You?
No.
All right.
What's my corner?
There's somebody telling me to move on. All right.
Good.
One of the things that attracted me to the town hall was the orientation towards community action. I learned early on in my doing trainings and technical assistance that I want to move people to action. And Gillian, if you've been on the streaming, and those of the live audience spoke earlier, but Gillian attended one of my workshops 18 years ago. And at the end of the workshop, I asked everybody, well, what are you going to do? And every one of them said, I'm not going to do anything because I don't have funding, until we got to Gillian. I was dismayed. I was like crushed. We'd just spent 3 days working on indoor quality, and then have everybody tell me they're not going to do anything was absolutely dismaying. Gillian said, well, we're going to form the Tribal Healthy Homes. And I can't remember what the last thing, it was a network at that point.
Yeah, Northwest.
Northwest, okay. And so she saved me. I thought, okay, we're going to get some action. And if any of you have had a chance to follow Gillian's work, there's a lot of action that have come out of that. That's what I want to see. I want to see action, even if it's individually. I was in Fairbanks, Alaska last week teaching about indoor quality, and I had one of their air technicians for the outdoor was there. And they were intrigued by some of my statements about a common disinfectant that's used, and probably many of you are using, called bleach. And I explained how there's a residual chlorine that if you choose to use bleach, you need to make sure you ventilate out. But as a chemist, I would recommend just not using it, period, which is a little bit like a gut punch for many of you, because you've been using them for your whole life, and you probably multi-generationally have been using it. I know my mother believes in bleach. Her house smells like bleach. But one of them, I had some hydrogen peroxide, which is a bleaching agent, but leaves behind no residual. And I gave it to her. She said, all right, I'm going to convert. And next day she sent me an email. She said, all of my bleach is gone, and I'm going to use hydrogen peroxide. That's action. That's what I like to see, is people taking immediate steps to improve their homes, their schools, etc. And of course, some of that we get through research and monitoring, because we often have to understand what we're addressing, whether it be particulate matter in a home, whether it be a chemical called radon. we have to monitor these things in order to understand them. So many here in person are researchers that are actually working on those issues. And I appreciate each and every one of them, and I learn from each of them because I want to take their information and spread it as broadly as we possibly can. The other pictures here, mill tailing site. I used to live in Tuba City, which is on Navajo Nation. And the site looks a lot different now, but that's how it looked in the 80s. And now it's a big pile of black rock where everything's buried. Step in the right direction, but still many concerns. And then the picture on the right bottom is water monitoring. And it was actually a teacher workshop because that's part of the audience I work with, to make sure they know what is involved with monitoring our water. So that's the introduction to the panel, and I would just want to do a personal introduction. I work for the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals. We're hosted at Northern Arizona University. We were founded by Virgil Masfiesta and a gentleman who still consults with us, Bill Auberly. But Virgil was a Hopi tribal member. He's the one that hired me. I'm very grateful for the opportunities that that created. He's no longer with us, but we honor him in a variety of ways, including scholarships for students. His elders told him that they were concerned about the air quality in the region. And so we developed ITEP to address those issues. And you can read the mission statement if you like, but basically we provide services to the 574 tribes, training, education, technical assistance, and we do policy as well. We were founded in 1992. For the first 10 years, non-competitive grants. That was nice. The last 20 years, 25 years, been competitive grants, and we just submitted for the next cycle. So I'm hopeful that we continue the work, but I know that Gillian has more work than she can handle, so I can always retire from NAU and move to Northwest. All right. So this is just a list of our programs, and we've actually added a couple. We just added a Tic Tac. That's not a candy, that's a service. So we're actually part of two different Tic Tacs, which are units that are serving tribes with technical assistance, basically to navigate all the grants and technical things that need to happen to do the work that we're doing. And you can see a bunch of other programs there. I work in the American Indian Air Quality Training Program and also the Environmental Education Outreach Program. And then not listed is the Indoor Quality Program. So I get to wear lots of hats. That's a good thing because I get bored easily. And I'm a problem child when I'm bored, so they like to keep me busy. But with that, I'd like to open to our panelists, and I believe I see Pat online. Hi, Pat. And here in person, we have Janice and Ryan. So Janice, did you have any slides that you're going to show, or are you just...
Yeah, there were a couple slides.
Okay, so they should be bringing them up for you, and then here's your clicker. So I don't know who's doing that, but there we go. Okay. Thanks, Janice.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mansell. And yeah, last December, I attended a course in one of the centers that ITEP has in Las Vegas, and Mansell was one of the instructors. So anyways, I am very much have been a receiver of the ITEP training and ITEP advice, and it's such a great privilege and resource to have, especially in the air quality field. So I'm Janice Archuleta. I'm the Air Quality Program Manager at the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and we're also housed within the Environmental Programs Department. So I thought I'd just give you, oh, before I do that, sorry. Four Corners. Yes, this is coming in from Arizona, and the green there is the San Juan River, which is, you know, as Mansell pointed out, one of the water resources in the area, and it, you know, feeds into the Colorado River. And so you cross the bridge at the river and you're in Colorado. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, and then those mountains there, that's the Ute Mountains. So just to give you a little bit of a geography. Yeah, we're the tribe is actually in 3 of the four corner states. So the main community is Toyac in Colorado. And then there's a lake down in New Mexico and a small community in in Utah called the White Mesa Community. And here are some of the pollutants that the tribe is surrounded by. In New Mexico, there's the coal burning electrical generating power plants, which there's only one of right now, one closed down. So that was a really, really good news. And we all think that the air quality is improving because of that. Another to the upper part of the slide are just, you know, that this was a fire. I think it was called the South Mountain Fire, and it was actually, yeah, to the east of the tribal lands. But yeah, no, we're all dealing with wildfires now. This off to the this picture here, the tribe has lands right backed up to Mesa Verde National Park, which is, you know, the Anasazi or ancient Pueblo ruins. So the tribe runs its own tours also. And we're trying to, you know, preserve the cultural aspects of the tribe and the surrounding areas. And yeah, this part of the country, there's a lot of oil and gas industry. I mean, I don't know, you probably heard about the methane holes. You know, it's not that far away. So ozone and VOCs are all a part of the pollutants that are come from that industry. And then over in White Mesa, it's right next to the White Mesa uranium mill, which it was built in it came online in 1980, and it was supposed to be only in operations for about 20 years, and it's still open, and it is accepting waste from all over the country. I mean, cleanup waste from all over the country that has uranium in it. And it's also accepting waste from Japan. And I think they started bringing waste in from Brazil and Estonia, or in Europe. So it's a big concern to the White Mesa community. And that's how this program even started. That was the air program was the first program that the tribe had. So I just want to step back and just take a look at the Ute Mountain Ute tribal communities. It's the homeland for the Weemanooch tribe, which is a little over 2,000 members. And yeah, we're located right here. And it has, you know, a little less than 1,000 square miles of total trust land and 43 square miles of fee land. And the Ute people consider themselves the oldest residents of Colorado and the Four Corners areas. And they've, I think archaeologically, it's been, they've been here they're one of the longest lived tribes in North America. And the people consider themselves being here from the beginning of time. And here's one of the tribal ceremonies, the bear dance, which is held in Colorado in the springtime. And yeah, it's just the tribe has a lot of cultural activities that I'm not a member, but it's you know, I think it's hard for a lot of us to understand coming from different places. Okay, so the air quality program is it's a grant program funded mainly through EPA air monitoring grants. And we do outside air. So this is a picture of, this is one of our air stations, and these are, you know, a few of our monitoring instruments or analyzers. And it's just a subset. I mean, it's probably the main part of what our program does. So indoor is just a part of what we do. A very slim part, to tell you the truth. And so we do monitor for ozone and PM 2.5 and 10 micrometers. And also the one picture of my colleague, Arlicia, the air quality specialist, we're doing a ambient air radon monitoring because we're right next to that uranium mill in Utah. And that year, the tailings ponds, which are supposed to be covered, were not covered. So just out of due diligence, I just wanted to make sure that the tribe, you know, wasn't experiencing more radon exposure than they said that we would get. Okay, so we'll go into the indoor air projects. Yeah, so radon has been like a major focus. My background is health physics and biology, but health physics is radiation safety. So I'm pretty, you know, this is something that I'm pretty familiar with, and it's really, you know, just one of the things that I'm used to doing. So before I came on board, one of the former employees did, who is Michael King, who now works for ITIP. He did a big radon, testing in all the tribal buildings and a couple of the homes. So it looks like, you know, it was about 250 devices altogether. So after that, when I came on board in 2017, I wanted to make sure that the education buildings were retested. And then, you know, that one of the education buildings was remodeled into a school, so we just did that one again. And there's some Head Start programs. I mean, there's a Head Start building. And then if there were some buildings that had some renovations, we also did testing there. We had an EJ grant a couple years ago. It finally, we finally finished it in March of this year, but we also did some used long-term devices in the White Mesa community, and we didn't have much success. Out of about 16, I mean, we only had about 2 devices that were returned. So I really just wanted to say that from now on, we're not going to use long-term devices, even though they are the more accurate ones. So that was a learning experience. So this year we have a surge grant, and we're going to be doing more government buildings and voluntary community members. And also I'm planning to work with the housing authority for, what Mansell mentioned a little bit earlier about doing, HUD is incorporating radon into, doing radon testing into requirements. So I'm have to get together with our housing authority guy. And other indoor air projects were, when I heard about the do-it-yourself air cleaners, I just thought that was such a inexpensive way to, you know, really reduce particulate in the air, especially for wildfire events. And so we had a couple different, actually since like 2018, we had workshops almost, I mean, every year except I think 2020. And then this year we ended up just giving purifiers away because that's what people were asking for also. We also had a couple indoor environmental quality workshops in Townhall and White Mesa. And I didn't point out the radon devices that we were using, but that was in the last slide, the electrets and the short-term and long-term devices. And here is one of the devices. It's a gray wolf sensor, and it can, I mean, it can be used, I mean, it's designed for use for indoor environments, but it also works outside. But for carbon monoxide, dioxide, formaldehyde, and VOCs. And we really have just had limited use on this because mainly I just haven't had enough time. And mold and asbestos is also covered by other environmental programs, personnel. I don't know. My boss Scott usually goes, assists with mold, getting the mold testing or set up and things like that if there's an issue. And asbestos is kind of being taken over by Brownsfields right now. Who's Tony? He's working on that. So that's, there's a lot of other issues that come up, and that they just kind of call our office, and we try to, solve the problems. And funding, there is another grant that the tribe has. It's called a a Tawahe fund, and it was like a couple $1 million, and it's still ongoing. And the tribe has been able to, you know, fix different homes, using that grant. And one of the instances, there was a home that was decided to be, uninhabitable. And so there was a new home that the tribe, gave this woman, or it was like, an available trailer that came up to house the elder who it was supposed to be for. And she ended up giving that new home to her family who had a small child, and she remained in the old home and is still there. So, you know, that's the stories that the tribe is dealing with. And I did want to touch on some water quality issues. We did so White Mesa community has been raising awareness about the mill and maybe the effects it has on the community. And so we are planning an epidemiological study. And the first part of it was just to do a health and home survey. And we were doing this in conjunction with the Albuquerque Area Tribal Epidemiological Center out of Albuquerque, and who's funded by NIH and NIHB. And so Dr. Yazzie and a team has been assisting us with this. And anytime you go to a community meeting in White Mesa and anybody from the environment department, we hear about water. So I just wanted to share that, you know, these are the results that we have that came up. You know, there's a concerns that there's not enough water. And then the drinking water is not being drank by, you know, most of the members. You know, there was a handful that said that they did drink the water. Yeah, it has categorically foul odor, bad taste, suspended solids, discoloration. And there was a pipeline and treatment project that USDA funded, you know, several $1 million back in 2018 and 19 that put in, you know, a filtration system and put in new lines in a few places, but there wasn't enough money to put in new lines in every place. And so the theory is right now is that the homes that are on like dead end lines, they are still having a lot of water issues. So that's pretty much, you know, I mean, that's just an example of water and what we're going to do about it. And, you know, it's just that it's just this ongoing project to try to get the community to have good water like the rest of us. So that we are all, I mean, yeah, that we all can have access to. I mean, like we all have access to. So that's pretty much, you know, a snapshot of what's going on. And there's a lot more stories to be told, but that's pretty much what I had to say for now.
All right, well, we're gonna have Ryan from Navajo Nation address us next. And Ryan, did you have any slides or?
No.
Okay, so we'll hear from Ryan, and then I believe we have Pat Childers online, right?
And Cody Hubbard too.
And Cody. All right, so we'll hear briefly from our EPA partners after Ryan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this town hall today. Nanish Aja Takabahan Nishla, Anani Tukurijini Pashichin, and Tukurijin Dashichet, Lizasana Edashanella. Those are my four maternal clans. I'm originally from the community of Indian Wells, which is on the southern, basically between Flagstaff, Arizona, and Gallup, New Mexico. North of there, that's what I'm from. But I work with the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources Water Management Branch out of Fort Defiance. So most of our work, the Water Management Branch is under the Department of Water Resources, and within the Department of Water Resources, we have different branches that address the different water issues on the Navajo Nation, such as the Technical Construction Operation Branch, which deals more with agriculture and windmills and wells for livestock and irrigation projects. So that's part of some of their focus. But at the water management, there are a couple other branches, but at the water management branch, we provide technical assistance for water rights efforts. We also work with developing water projects, and that takes a lot of work because it's a collaboration between like the water management branch, the US EPA, and IHS and other stakeholders in the area. I am going to talk about some water projects that we are working on, the crop inventory that we are working on. And also I would like to touch on some of the statistics that Janice brought up also. So when we think of water issues, indoor or outdoor, there are other things to take into consideration, like how it impacts people and food production. So if you remember back in August 2015, there was a Gulking mine spill. One of our tasks at the Water Management Branch is to do the crop inventory. So, well, 2015 was the last year that the New Mexico Interstate Stream Commission did the crop inventory. Then 2016 is when the Water Management Branch took up that work. So what it entails is basically driving, well, there's a irrigation system just south of here that diverts water from the San Juan River. And it goes all the way from Upper Fruitland past Shiprock. In the water rights settlement, we can irrigate up to 12,000 acres. But out of that 12,000, there's probably only around like 7,600 that can be in production. But what we found in 2015, out of that 7,600, 4,626 acres of land were being irrigated from the San Juan River. Then the following year, after the Gulking mine spill happened, that number dropped to just below 2,000 acres. So that really had a big impact on the farmers themselves, but also the perception of the food from those farmers, because they were finding that people, once they found out that their farmlands were along the San Juan River, they had challenges to sell the food to other people on the Navajo Nation. Like they couldn't sell in Shiprock, so they would, I don't know, go to like Tuba City and be like, this isn't from Shiprock. So it does have impacts like that. That's one of the things I've seen, but the good news, over the years since 2016, they've slowly been planting more. And as of last year, they planted 2,315 acres. So it's slowly increasing. They're slowly getting back into production. And I think a lot of them waited a couple years afterwards just to see if they could, if if people would even buy their produce that they grew. So that's an example of water quality and water issues impacting like households, and not just like how we would think about it, but our ability to do agriculture and being able to sell the food. That's always fun. It's basically like driving around like all the farmlands and speaking with farmers and hearing their stories too. Because a lot of like the information I get is from speaking with the farmers while they're in the field and learning from them what impacts there are. And because I'm with the Department of Water Resources, they have a lot of questions. So, a next topic I would like to talk on. So on the Navajo Nation, 80% of our water for that we use comes from groundwater. And as we know, on the Navajo Nation, there's just high salinity in some areas, and other parts on the reservation have high levels of arsenic that requires treatment, and it's not always. And I think Mansell brought up like not enough water. Like you can drill a well, but it might not produce enough. Then if it does produce enough and you get the water quality test in there, and there are other issues, and it just compounds. But one way to be proactive with this is addressing or looking to address these water issues through the water rights settlement. That is, it's called a Northeastern Arizona Indian Water Rights Settlement. So what that does is, well, it's been introduced to Congress right now. So it has to pass, be approved by Congress, and then be signed up by the president. So we're hoping that gets done soon for that to be approved. But because it's the Northeastern Arizona Water Settlement, there are the San Juan Southern Paiute there, and also the Hopi tribe. So this would settle the water rights for all three tribes, and if it's approved to divert 44,700 acre feet from the Upper Colorado stem. And one of our most ambitious plans for this, and why settlements are better, is our request is $5 trillion, over $5 trillion in funding. Maybe they'll be nice and give 7, but doubtful. But so what that will do, it looks to divert water from the Upper Colorado River and build out what we are calling a global water map, to bring it all the way down into the lower basin. And one of the other things that we're looking to do is divert water from the San Juan River. And the issue with that, and why this has to be approved by Congress, because you usually don't transfer water between different basins unless it's approved by Congress. So bring down water from the San Juan River through the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project and cross into Arizona. So that way we can have a global water system to provide more water to more people. And the reason why that is very important is because surface water is more resilient than groundwater. We'll be able to hopefully build that out, but because this is a settlement between parties, the San Juan Southern Paiute don't have a reservation. They live outside of Tuba City, but what in this settlement will do, it will give them a reservation outside of Tuba City, and also make them a recognized tribe in Arizona. But importantly, the settlement will also provide water to the San Juan Southern Paiute. And working with all these parties, like part of this $5 trillion, if it's approved, will go towards that, but it will also extend that water into the Hopi tribe also to build that out, because I believe they're having the same issues with groundwater and being reliant on groundwater. So that is one of the ways and the long-term plans that we're looking to address the water issues. There's a lot more in that. But that is what we are working on and hoping to get that passed. So and another thing I would like to touch on that we are working on is like 30% of the Navajo Nation does not have access to water or good running water. And one of these communities is the Westwater Community Westwater Subdivision. And I'm kind of familiar with White Mesa because I drive through there to get to Blanding, to get to the Westwater Subdivision. So in 1986, the Navajo Nation purchased 120 acres of property west of Blanding, Utah. And those 20 acres or 120 acres it's in fee land. And in that subdivision, there's 29 lots that are 2 acres and 21 of them have homes on them. So up until recently, 2 years ago, this process started over 20 years ago, 30 years ago by my predecessor, Teresa Shoa, who retired without getting the water. But recently, 3 years ago, we were able to get them a electric line extension from the city of Blanding across the canyon to power those homes. And currently, we are working to extend a water line. Well, they are extending it right now into the Westwater subdivision. So those homes will have access to safe drinking water. Because before they had cisterns and water pumps, but access to clean water, there's this spigot in Blanding where people can haul water for free. It's meant for livestock, not for homes. And it says so on where the spigot is. And another option is that Blanding has a water station where you can buy a bulk rate of water at a certain price. But what people were doing was that they were hauling water from that unregulated source. And what we found out was their water pumps are always breaking. They were just burning out. And they asked the plumber, he's like, there's just a lot of sediment and things that are just clogging up the filter and making the water pump work harder and burn out. So it's working with all these different partners who make these to extend a water line to different groups who don't have it right now. Hopefully it'll be done by the end of the year. But we were talking about earlier about indoor air quality and all of that. There unfortunately is one elderly couple who won't move to a new lot even if we built them a new home. And they're not going to get connected to the water line because they don't have a septic system or a wastewater solution. But the way we are working with that to address that need, as Mansell was talking about community action, impacts, research, and monitoring, we're able to, or are getting ready to work with this group called the Community Engineering Corps. So basically it's volunteer engineers who are registered in that state to do like a PER or come up with an engineered design. And we're also taking advantage of the Closing America's Water Access Gap with the US EPA to come up maybe with a longer term plan to address the wastewater needs of the Westwater community. And I'm sure all the people in Westwater burn wood. So now I'm like thinking like, oh no. Yeah, so that's like some of the work that that the water management branch is doing. Janice brought up the water quality in the area and how it smells or tastes funny. Aneth, Utah, Aneth chapter, which is a community just north of the San Juan River, south of White Mesa. Also, so they made a community building with with multiple services in it. And what they're finding out is they are having really bad water too. Like it smells, like no one wants to drink it. They're just getting water. So there are many issues, but we are trying to find ways to work through them so we can provide quality water to the residents of the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. And we now have online joining us will be Pat Childers and Sakoti Hubbard. I have the fortune of working with both of them in different roles. So Pat, if you could share a few things with us, and then we'll immediately go to Sakoti. So Sakoti, you'll be ready to go. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, everybody, and thanks to our hosts for having this event, and for everybody who could attend the event. I'm honored to be included. I wish I could be there in person today. Unfortunately, I can't. Just to introduce who I am Pat Childers. I'm a senior advisor at the Office of Air and Radiation, and I focus on tribal program management. I'm thrilled that my office, the Office of Air and Radiation, puts me in a role where I'm with our political appointees. I get to work directly with them. I think it's important that people in the political structure understand tribal issues, and to the best of my ability for several decades now, I've tried to pass these on to the political appointees as they come and go. And there's so many staffers here in the Office of Air and Radiation who work on a daily basis on tribal issues that it gives me great hope. Stories are important. They are data, and I want to tell my story a little bit. I grew up 9 miles away from Washington, D.C. in Springfield, Virginia on Dogue Creek. We had a little family farm there. Back then, 9 miles away from D.C., people would say you were lucky to live so far away. Nowadays, people say, oh, you're so lucky to live so close to Washington, D.C. I don't know which one was better. I think I liked it better when it was considered far away. That farm is now sadly under concrete at this time. I want to relay a story. When I was about 5 years old, I shared a room with my older brother, a younger sibling. We were in bunk beds, and I was in the lower bunk and he was in the upper bunk. And all of a sudden I had trouble breathing. Our house was between a farm, was between a highway and a railroad track. And for the first time in my life, I could not breathe. I could not pull air into my lungs. And as you can guess, a 5-year-old would not know what this means. And I'm wheezing and making noise. And my brother, loving brother, 10 years old, 5 years my elder, looks down from the upper bunk and sticks his head down. And in a way that only a sibling could do, said, will you shut up? I'm trying to sleep. Well, very shortly after that, I was rushed to a hospital, which was only about 15 minutes away. And I was able to get the medicines that I needed. And I suffered and still suffer to some degree from asthma. 40 years later, a friend in Alaska, I was telling a similar story, and he told a similar story to an audience such as this. And his story ended a little bit different. His story ended with that child in a native village needing to get to a snowmobile and needing to get to a helicopter, to get to a medical air facility that could then address his issue. So it's the same issue, different worlds, two scared children. And what we're doing here today is, if we can reduce these stories, that means we're doing our jobs. And I think that's why we're all here today, is to reduce these stories and give a brighter outlook to children. I know it's what I do and why I do what I do, and I know it matters for today's topics. What I do just for those who aren't familiar with me and for the Office of Air and Radiation, is I help tribes flex their sovereign muscles in dealing with air qualities issues. There's several ways that we're able to do this. One is funding. There's never enough. We need to figure out how to get more and how to spend it properly in the right areas for tribes. One is technical resources, providing information on what we're doing, both federally and with our assistants, our partners, such as ITEP, such as Tribal Healthy Homes, and leading the way when tribes can't be the implementers. We need to implement in Indian country. We need to take on that responsibility when tribes can't take on that responsibility. I think I heard mention of the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, and I've been proud to be part of that, but it's a temporary funding. And I'm proud to say in the last year and a half or so, we've dedicated over $1 billion of air resources from EPA that will go towards tribal specific projects. But those don't just happen. They need to take place. And part of my job in the near future will be making sure that those things hit the ground and actually occur. And that's important. But on a daily basis, every year for the last decade plus, I've overseen a budget of about $16 million in annual funding that goes directly to tribes. It's not enough. It goes to about 110 tribes to do air quality work. Some of that money goes to folks like Mansell and Gillian as well to make sure that they can do the important work that they do. For instance, Mansell was talking about the competed grant, and I'm glad to hear you got your application in, Mansell. That's $8 million every 5 years, or about $1.6 million a year, specifically on training, specifically on technical assistance to help tribes. And Mansell and folks at ITEP can do this much better than us folks in DC can, and we recognize this, and we continue to fund this because it's important to us. As you heard from Janice, a very open statement that a lot of the work we do in the tribal air world is ambient air quality, outdoor air. And that's important work. And a lot of it goes to tribes work with us to do monitoring and do outdoor air quality work, like reducing emissions from diesel engines. But in a lot of tribal areas, indoor air work is the most important work. They don't live in a non-attainment area. They live in an area where the indoor air may be more important than the outdoor air quality issues, and they work with us to address that. For those of you who know who Janet McCabe is, she just left the agency. She was our deputy administrator. I've worked with Janet. I think this is the third time over 40 years I've worked with Janet and said goodbye to her. She's probably one of the most important people I can think of in the air quality world, and definitively always has been a friend of tribes when she works for EPA and in other areas. And she recognized that indoor air was an area where EPA can make a difference to tribes, but where tribes themselves and citizens of tribes can make a difference. It's hard to take on the neighboring states' factories and the transportation issues, but you can do things on an individual and a tribal level that can really make a difference to your indoor air environment. And I heard a question from somebody in the audience a second ago on the transition. And one of the things that I think is always hugely important, but especially during the times of transition, tell your stories. I can tell them, but they're not nearly as powerful as coming from the first person. So I look forward to hearing you all tell your stories about who you are, what your needs are, and I will make sure that they understand why they matter. And the people on this panel today and the people you've heard speak are people who listen and people who know it's important. I can't go without saying that we just lost a very important friend this last week, Ryan Singhi, who worked with several of us at NAU, and our heart goes out to his family. He was Navajo, I believe, and he was one of the people I looked to so I could retire and he take over and march on. But I know there's others out there who will do that with us. I am always in awe of Gillian and Mansell, who I've known for decades, and they share their stories and their messages with the next generation. Heck, Mansell brings 2 generations from now, and they travel, his granddaughter travels with them to tell their story, and I love that. I like to think we all got involved, though, because we cared, It was part of our personal story, and we want to make it different. And I'm asking for those in the audience and those joining me today that we continue to do this forever until we cannot do it any longer, whether it be professional or personal. Tell our stories and continue to make a difference. There's a lot of resources out right now. There's been a lot of talk from tribes when I talk to tribes on a daily basis that they feel like they're drinking from a fire hose, too much money, not enough resources to help get that funds in place. It's a good problem to have, but it is a problem. We understand that. And we're putting things like Mansell spoke about the Tic Tacs. I put a link in the chat room for the Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers. They're there to help you. ITEP is there to help you. Tribal Healthy Homes is there to help you. There's other organizations that's there to help you. Federal government telling you we're there to help you is something that many people don't like to hear, but I'm here to help you. I'm a person, I'm a believer, and I'm an asthmatic, and I'm here to help. I hope that you all get to meet me in person. I hope that we become voices and friends in a long time. I plan on being around for a while more. And I've been around for 40 years, and I am enjoy what I do. And I think for the last couple decades, my work with tribal work is the most important work I've ever done. And I will end it with there, and I will introduce my dear friend and coworker, Sakoti Hubbard, to tack on some more relevant information. Sakoti works with the Office of Radiation and Indoor Air Quality within my office. So Sakoti, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Pat, thank you very much. Again, thank you to all of the panelists that have so eloquently elaborated on what they do and how they help tribes. And so I just want to share a little bit of what I do within the Indoor Environments Division. But by way of introduction, I am a member of the Navajo Nation, originally from Burnside, Arizona, which is near Ganado. In terms of my clan, Twitchin in Shnado, Kapai Bashishin, my Dishkizin Dashinala, Kia An E Dashiche, without Nanshlet Nepahot. So they, as a member of the Indoor Environments Division team, my role is to serve and foster collaboration program initiatives across a range of indoor air quality programs. Meaning that I work with 4 or 3 other centers aside from ours. And those centers are Center for Asthma in Schools, the Center for Radon and Toxic Substances, and then also our Center for Scientific Analysis. And so where, of course, our center is cross-program outreach. And so we work with all of these other 3 centers where tribal indoor air matters come into play. And so over the years, since I've been with IED, we have produced certain amount of work regarding tribal program. And one of the things that I want to mention here is I'm very proud of the work that we did with not only the tribes and also other federal agencies, but also with NTAA, the National Tribal Air Association, and also ITEP, the Institute for Tribal Environmental Professionals, and also some of our EPA regions. And we developed what's called a Tribal Indoor Air Quality and Resource Directory. And this was done at the request of the tribes from Region 8, and pretty soon it grew into a national program effort. And so we took on that task, and along with Pat and some other folks here in headquarters. And it was finally published about 2 years ago, and it covers all subject matters related to prominently on Indian or tribal communities, mold, indoor air, funding, and so forth. And I'll post a link in the chat once I get done here. And the other is we work a lot with the state and tribal radon indoor grants program, and this is absolutely pivotal in terms of tribal communities. I know that having come from the Navajo Nation, radon is a huge issue. And I used to work previously with the Superfund program in Region 9, and I've been out to the rural areas evaluating abandoned uranium mines. And there's so much education that needs to be done on radon. And so one of the things, again, like I said, in terms of collaboration and partnership building, and also I want to mention here a very important policy that was done by the first federal agency to do so, was pass or develop a policy called the 1984 EPA Indian policy. And it has 9 principles in there working with tribal governments. And so for me as a tribal coordinator, I always have that policy in the back of my mind when I'm partnership building with not only federal agencies, but in particular tribes, because tribes are who we work with and who we work for and serve. And so that is kind of like my role. Now, in terms of my personal story, that I'm sure Ryan can relate to, and some other members of the Navajo folks that are present there in person. For me, I grew up in along with 5 other siblings in a small house. We did not have running water, central heating system, or air conditioning system. We used propane. However, we did use a wood stove. Now, I think this is pretty, it's pretty common, I think, for Navajo people that are living in remote areas. And so one of the things I always notice is that these wood stoves, they're dilapidated in terms of their pipes. They can start a fire because they're not properly installed. And so one of the things that I think there are some folks on here that are from our BurnWise program. And so if you have any questions, please ask them questions about the BurnWise program. But at that time, little did I know that these dilapidated wood stoves can cause a number of heart problems, lung problems like asthma, heart attacks, and so forth. The type of wood that you use, and somebody said that the use of coal, we used to use coal a lot, and so none of us knew about the dangers of wood smoke. It may smell good, but it's not very healthy for you. So that's my story. And so I'm also that's one of the things that brought me to NAU, and then subsequently with ITEP as an intern, and then also my interest in not only indoor air, but generally the environmental conditions on what I've seen and what I've experienced, not only in particular air and also solid waste, water quality issues. These are the kind of things that are so prevalent in my community in Burnside and in Ganado, and some of the growth, they call them growth areas on the Navajo, and also ventilation issues. That's a huge problem as well. I grew up like I said, in a house that didn't have adequate ventilation. And so whenever there's a fire in Flagstaff or somewhere in the near Four Corners area, because Burnside is located in a valley. And so when that smoke comes in, it just kind of settles there, and it sits there for days until the wind kind of blows it away. And so you're subject to all of this dirty air. So with that, I'll leave it to the others as well. And in terms of indoor air, like I said, we work with on trying to provide a number of grants available to tribes, not only indoor air, but also environmental justice grants and so forth. Right now, we're working with our scientific analysis folks. I think Randy and Lorraine are online, and so they can talk about the indoor air sensor training program that we are working on. They're working on, and on the tribal side, as partnership building part of it. We presented this at the National Tribal Air Association, and so it's almost done. And I know that this training module will be very helpful to tribes in terms of indoor air sensor programs. Again, I just want to emphasize to tribes, please be aware of the surge grants that exist with our program in Indoor Environments Division. Recently, I attended the Region 9 Tribal Environmental Conference in San Jose, and I was able to make connections with a lot of tribes in the Southwest. White Mountain Apache, I've reached out to some of Northwest tribes, Mandan, Hidatsa, Arikara, the Choctaw Nation. Again, I reached out to Hopi as well, and also Alaska tribes, the Ikwak-Mayut Tribal Traditional Council of Alaska. I reached out to them, some of the others, and so they're very interested in surge. And so please do take a look at the EPA website on state and tribal indoor radon grants. So thank you, Mansell, and thank you everybody for being on the panel.
I'd like to thank all of the panelists that have spoken, Janice and Ryan, and then of course, Pat Childers and Sakoti. And we're proud that our ITEP interns move into responsible positions. A brief advertisement. We do have internship program continues, and we have slots available. If you'd like to be a host site for an intern, probably the easiest thing to do would be to email me, but they're due by December 2nd. So if you'd like to have your own intern to do work in your community, please contact us. So our panelists have raised a number of different issues, and I want to start us off with just a couple of questions, but also invite those online and those here in person to also help us out with some questions. We've got the next approximately 40 minutes, 35 minutes to look at questions. So Janice, I want to ask you about the HUD radon program. I know that you and I have both talked about that some, but what are some of your thoughts about how that's going to impact tribes?
Yeah, so the big issue with the big issue with any type of radon testing is once you find a home that has been that's higher than whatever levels you're using as your guidelines, that where do you get the funding to fix the home? And right now we're pretty fortunate. I think there's a lot of indoor air quality and EJ grants that are accessible for this type of thing. But, some tribes haven't even started testing yet. So probably by the time that they do identify some homes, then these other funding sources may have dried up. So that's always a concern. And so I think it's going to open, a lot of big funding issues, to tell you the truth.
Well, and part of the HUD program is HUD funds can then be used to do repairs, but HUD is not offering additional dollars. They're just using what they've already got. So unfunded mandate is one of the terms used, but I'm looking forward to, for me, it's a door, because I work principally, of course, with environmental staff, although I always welcome housing staff. And I see this as an opportunity for environmental and housing staff to actually work together. And I hope it opens the door to more collaborations over time. So that's what I'm encouraging as I talk to both environmental staff and to housing staff. And I'd like to, Ryan, something you brought up, the access to clean water. I know that was a critical issue during COVID. And in fact, the Red Feather organization, which is represented here, actually worked at least mobile portable water stations to help people with hand washing, which was one of the things we identified as being so important to reducing transfer of virus. But you mentioned the dilemma of lack of electricity, lack of water, lack of wastewater, and then of course its impacts to indoor air. And I know that you don't spend much time working on indoor air, but do you have any thoughts about those impacts and how we can mitigate them?
I also grew up without running water and a wood fire stove. So, um, the thing about a wood stove, it just like radiates. You can feel it in your bones, but being part of this panel, I'm like, maybe that's not the best idea. But yeah, Red Feather organization. There are also other organizations that do help, especially Dig Deep. And what the Dig Deep organization is there are also installing home or cisterns to remote homes where it looks like in the near future they won't be able to connect to a municipal water system. And what they're also doing is hauling water to these homes like once a month. And my family, I grew up in the middle of nowhere and my family still hauls water, but they were able to get cisterns from through Dig Deep, and they'll haul the water also. And another interesting thing, what they're also doing is, I don't know how broad it is, but they are also giving out hydro panels to these remote communities also for as an additional source of water. So there are resources out there. Then there's also options with the IHS for water cisterns and all of that, water pumps. And Dig Deep is also installing solar system panels to power the pump to get it out of the cistern into their home. So there are efforts like that. And one of the ones that the water management branch, different universities, and many other stakeholders did during the time of COVID was they installed watering access points across the Navajo Nation at different chapters. I don't know if it was all the chapters or the majority of the chapters where community members could haul water from a municipal water source that was outside. They did have hand washing stations too. And yeah, I was about COVID. I was reading the news articles and one of the elderly residents there, she got COVID, but her oxygen system or something, it couldn't be reliably powered by the solar system. So she had to get a room like for the week in the city of Blanding, so she could have that option while she got better, you know. And we know now like the importance of clean air and washing your hands, and you don't have like access to water. Those are things like you don't think about it, you know, like I'm gonna wash my hands before I eat and all of that. There are other uses for it. But those are some of the things that I came across, hearing the stories from other people and the issues that they came across, and also the ways that there are different organizations who are out there providing assistance.
Thanks, Ryan. I may have appeared slightly distracted, but my granddaughter arrived. Hi, Nala. Because yeah, that's okay, Leia. We like your voice too. Yeah, she recognizes Papa's voice. Because Pat mentioned multi-generational, and I've been teaching for a long time, and now I'm sometimes teaching the grandchildren of my former students. It's getting that far along, a little scary, but I've also engaged my granddaughter in her community to do much of the work, and you'll hear from her later today. But a question for you, Pat. You mentioned sovereignty, and I know that that's a thread that we incorporate throughout all of our trainings and all of our discussions. Could you give us just a couple more sentences about sovereignty, because I like to hear federal employees talk about sovereignty. So if you could share some more thoughts about that, it'd be appreciated.
Sure, but as we know, talk is cheap, action's important, and seeing federal employees act on sovereignty may be much more important than hear us speak. One of the first things that we do, and we're trying to do as well as possible within the agency, is to make sure that everyone realizes when dealing with federally recognized tribes, they are dealing with sovereign nations on a government to government basis. It is not similar to dealing with a state or dealing with a community. For many, that is fraught with change. They don't know how to have that dialogue. So we're making sure that there are people that are familiar with having that dialogue and continuing to have that dialogue. Definitions can become problematic. The definition of sovereignty to a tribe and the definition to the legal definition to sovereignty to the federal government may be slightly different. But we're able to overcome that through the recognition of partnership and working together again as government to government. Recently, you've heard the National Tribal Air Association and others wanting to make sure that we ensure that we don't encompass tribes in the definition of environmental justice, because tribes are sovereign and they run their nations. My goal has always been under the Clean Air Act, and the Clean Air Act is the driving rules, the driving legislation, driving law for clean air programs in the federal government, is to make sure that we do give tribes, federally recognized tribes, as much opportunity to do the important work that they wish to do, and then get out of the way and let them do it. The Clean Air Act does have the tribal authority rule underneath it, which allows tribes to implement those programs of the Clean Air Act. And it allows them to pick and choose which areas they wish to implement. And then those areas that they don't choose to implement, EPA is responsible, the federal government is responsible to step in. And again, we take this as a partnership. We do take our relationship seriously and different than others. While it is not an environmental justice issue, it is truly still an equity issue. There needs to be equity in the way we treat our federal sovereign partners and when we move forward with important regulations and policies and program. We work very hard to make sure we incorporate comments and inputs from everybody, but we try to reach out to tribes early, get their input early, and then make sure that we can consider it to the best of our ability. We recognize that treaties and treaty rights are on the same legal basis as other laws. So when we look at the Clean Air Act, we also look at treaties and hold them as equal laws. It's something we hold dear and we try to do well. We can always do better. And it's fraught with relationship issues, to be quite honest. But then again, every relationship is fraught with relationship issues. We try to work on our existing policies that recognize sovereignty. For instance, we just recently redid the consultation policy to make sure that we're getting out early and often on important rules and regulations and policies to get input from tribes. There's groups like the National Tribal Air Association who can help give voice to tribes. When there's 574 tribes, sometimes it's hard for an individual tribe to get a voice. But having a group like the National Tribal Air Association, which is made up of over 150 member tribes, that does give a louder voice to those individual sovereign nations. But the first thing they will tell you is they are not sovereign nations and each tribe is unique. It's hard to address that in a national rulemaking. When you have 574 voices plus 50 state voices plus county voices plus individual voices, you have to recognize all those voices and put them together. And we try to do our best when we're doing rulemakings. But we do recognize, we do train, and we do reach out. And doing so, one of the best things we can do is give resources to tribes and get out of the way and let them do the important work that they do. As our old friend used to say, the tribal air group does one thing, but they do it very well, and that's air quality work. And I agree with that sentiment. So you guys are awesome, and we're quite grateful to be partners with those tribes. 110 tribes that run air quality programs, and we're hoping that we can get resources so more tribes can work as sovereigns and run tribal air quality programs. Is that helpful, Mansell?
Well, yeah, it's some stuff I know, but I want to make sure you know. And of course,
Well, I taught you some of it, but I'm glad that you know it.
we have panelists and members here that are not all tribal, so some of them may not be familiar with the concept of sovereignty. So we appreciate your words, and I agree with you that it's not just talking about it, but taking action on it is what's important. So Sakoti, a question for you. You mentioned the issue of lack of knowledge, and I'm an educator, so that's concerning to me that not everybody knows everything that they need to know. And one of the things that concerns me is, as a former school teacher, I found that we're not always teaching in the schools things that people need to know to live well and healthy. I was one of the teachers that bucked that system a little bit, and after a few years, they sent me on to the university because they didn't like what I was doing. But my focus was on community-based science and how we apply that to have healthier communities and healthier homes. So Sakoti, some of your thoughts about how we can address that lack of knowledge that we see throughout tribal communities. I mean, I know I've been working on it, but your thoughts on what more can we do? Sakoti?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Nessel. And it's a good question. And yeah, it requires, we've been doing a lot of, when I was in the region, and not only I've been to I worked with several regions before I come to headquarters. And one of the things that we always did was when we went out to a tribal community, one of the folks that I usually work with, and I would work with a lot of scientists and also what we call RPMs, remedial project managers, and they come from a scientific standpoint. And I've always talked with them before we went into a community, because usually communities, they don't have that scientific knowledge or background. And so we tend to kind of let these technical terms just kind of roll off our tongues with ease. And so we lose our audience. And so that understanding is missing. So when we prepare fact sheets or any type of information, or when we do presentations, we look at our audience and we gauge our audience. And so in my experience working with Navajo, many of them are high school or less educated. And so they're more active in, what do we need to do rather than policy. So, we've done a lot of outreach, like I said, and not only going to door, but also, reaching out and making things much more simple. How you relate to folks in terms of your own experience. This is where I come from, and this is my own experience, and this is what I'm trying to tell you. And then in the schools, we reached out to K through 12 high school students and grade school students, and there was various materials that were prepared by EPA. One on Navajo, which is called the Gamma Goat, which talks about radiation in communities, and then on radon itself, and so like coloring books and so forth. So those are the kind of educational materials that are available, and like I said, once you go into a community, you need to understand your audience and make simple things, and then make it demonstrative. What's the pH level of water here? At one point I was at a tribal community on Navajo, and so this guy came in, and he came in with a periodic chart of the elements, and also he placed water in front of all these people to demonstrate the pH level of the water. But people didn't know what it was. What is this periodic chart of the elements? What's this water for? Is it like for us to drink? See these kind of little things that people need to be aware of when they go into tribal communities, so they don't lose their message. I mean, nobody knows well, a lot of tribal communities probably do, but your audience tends to be, like I said, they don't have that technical scientific background. So you have to be careful. So that's one aspect that I always saw as where we can all, where some of us that do the tribal presentations can improve on. And so that's the only thing that I have observed, and I've always believed to make things simple and understandable for your audience. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a good reminder, because we have several researchers in the audience that will be participating in future panels. So we thank you for your reminder about our communications with general public that may not be as immersed in the language and such as some of us are. And panel 3 will have more on community engagement. So I look forward to this afternoon. Janice?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, in response to the question that you asked Cody, we, under the environmental justice grant, we had issues trying to relate to the community, what is radiation? Why is it dangerous? What is the mill all about? Some members, thought it was a wood mill. I mean, it was just, we're trying to get people all in the same level. And so this was one of the resources that we put together. And Margie Connolly, she's an educator. She took a big, this was kind of her project more or less. And anyways, here, questions and answers about the mill, and in everyday language that everybody can hopefully understand.
That sounds like a really important effort, and something that we need to get out broadly. So if you can connect, is that available digitally online?
Yeah, I brought about 15 today, and,
Okay.
and Scott just ordered I think 200 more copies. So
Well, I love paper copies, but if we can get it digitally, I'll make sure we disseminate it via
yeah,
our ITEP website.
and it does have a QR code, and our website is getting revamped right now. So hopefully it's accessible most of the time.
Great.
So I think it was there yesterday when I looked at it. But anyways, and these are, some of the White Mesa activists and things like that. And then I did bring up the White Mesa Health and Home Survey that Aztec helped us with, and that they put together for us too. And so and they, I showed you what the results were for the water, and so it was similar other picture type results, and these were specifically for the community members and the people that took the survey. So.
Thank you, Janice, for sharing some specific examples. So I'd like to open it to anyone here in the room that has questions for our panel members, or generally, as well as if you've got, Charles, any online. So first, anybody in the room, and there's a microphone. Please use that so that folks can hear that. All right, I'm ready, Johnny. Be a tough
It's
one, I
not
know.
bad. It's not bad. Actually, I wanted to ask Ryan a couple of things. Are you still seeing the reluctance about buying produce and hay from around this areas of the spill?
Um, I'm hearing less of it from the farmers. Yeah, it's not as bad as it was the year after the spill, but I definitely heard from like my family members and other people
Yeah.
in the communities that they were concerned about it. But because this happened in 2015, I think people also have a short memory.
Yeah, well, there
And
is
they're just
that.
like,
Yeah.
okay, we forgot about it.
Did you guys, I just wonder, I guess, because I do keep hearing that. And we ran into similar concerns
Mhm.
with communities about some of the livestock tracking work that we were part of in Red Valley and Cove. And we've actually done some of the tracking in other places as well. And the concern that, you can look for the problems, and if you find the problems, does that kill the economic resource and the earnings for the family? Does that drive that? I think the opposite side of that is if you find that there is no problem, then there are data for people to say, no, really, we don't see anything that ended up in our hay. We don't see anything that ended up in our livestock. And I just wondered if you knew of anybody, I don't, who had actually looked at some of the hay from those areas at the time, or any of the meat from the animals that were being fed that hay.
Um, I know that New Mexico State is New Mexico's NMSU. I'm aware that they're doing studies on like the corn and other things like that, but I really don't have much more information. But I'll give you my my business card.
Okay.
I can follow up with you on that.
Because it seems like that's an area where data really could help, and good communication strategies. And I think that's something a lot of the people in our group would be interested in collaborative work on. So I just want to kind of throw that out there.
NAU hasn't been working on specifically the gold mine spill, but they've been working on
We're,
uranium impacts. And
Yeah.
Janie Ingram, who was invited but not able to attend, but she sent some of her students. I don't know if any of them are aware of the livestock work that Janie's been doing.
we're working
Specifically,
with her
she-
on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Janie might have some thoughts about how to test the hay too, if that's not already being done. So.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think one of the things that's come out of that is it's not as much a concern as people were worried about. And so sometimes looking at the reality can kind of bring down the tension too. So I think it's important for all of us to remember.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for that reminder. Gillian, all right.
I just have, so really quickly, since there's a lot of folks here who aren't necessarily air quality programs, I think Ellen put it up, but EPA's Burnwise program, but small but mighty program, go to their website. And the reason I want to share that, they have a lot of great resources, but also because the topics and the personal stories of wood stoves is I want to mention from an indoor air chemistry standpoint, there's few things more toxic, unfortunately, than a smoldering, poorly performed stove because it creates ultrafine particles, chemicals attached to those particles. But a wood stove doesn't just need to be new. They find that new wood stoves eventually perform similar to older ones because a lot of the variables are how wet the wood is and the species of wood and how someone starts and uses that. So I just want to emphasize for anybody who might not have a tribal air program that wood stoves, if you want to make a big impact, that's one area where you can, even just addressing your elders' wood supply, right? Which is often, but is it stacked and stacked? Sometimes we see it dumped in the front yard for some elders, but that's a big variable for affecting homes. So not eliminating it, but just improving, reducing the toxins. I just wanted to add that. I don't know if you have anything else to add about.
Yeah, Charles encouraged us to share stories. So I have a story about wood stove. My granddaughter's great grandmother, Navajo side, had a wood stove that I had some concerns about, and she spent she and her siblings spent a lot of time in that home. So we bought a pellet stove and it had it installed. That pellet stove was not her wood stove. She did not like it. And it soon left and her wood stove was reinstalled. Similar story, my former boss bought her mother a pellet stove and it was soon rejected. And in fact, she's a little bit irritated with all of us at ITEP that taught our boss about cleaner burning options because she loves her wood stove. So there's complications beyond the science that we have to address. And so, but I definitely agree with you. Best practices are always helpful. So any other questions from our live audience? And then maybe if you can bring up one from our hybrid audience. Thanks. I can't see your name tag from
Jose,
here, but
my name is Jose.
okay.
I am from the University of New Mexico, so thank you for having me. I just want to make a disclaimer because you mentioned him. I happen to be in the American Association of Aerosol Research that happened in Albuquerque. So Michael King was there.
Yes.
And so and I was not as awake this morning, Mansell, when we talked and you said that you were from ITEP. Now I make the connection after you guys talked. So this is great to see that not only multi-generational, let's say, knowledge, right, that is passed in our culture, but also to see people like Michael, right, that is doing such a great work, as a new emerging scientist, I want to say. So I have a comment which comes with a question. A really good friend of mine, Dana Desiderio is her name, and she unfortunately left us. From Navajo Nation had a very important comment to me stating that Ryan, as great as the efforts are for providing safe drinking water in Navajo Nation, and of course, with data sets that unite people from the University of New Mexico and the Northern Arizona University show, that as was mentioned by you, Ryan, a lot of these unregulated water sources have elevated concentrations of uranium, arsenic, and other elements, right? So the question to you is, and this from Dana actually, because she mentioned to me that a reality in Navajo Nation is you can have the distribution system pass in your area, but then for you to make the connection from your house is another challenge often, right? That for some reason people end up deciding that even if the system is there, they might not be able to afford it or might not be able to want to make that connection. And I just wanted to open that dialogue, Ryan, to see what's your perspective on that issue, because as much as I appreciate the efforts of the engineering, it comes back to what you just said, Mansell, right? That then there's this cultural part and let's say reality of the community, right? To maybe not enable that to come to fruition 100%. So just wanted to bring that comment with that final question. What's your perspective on this issue?
And before Ryan answers that, I want to say there's another complication that if we do manage to get the water in there, there's this thing that they put in that water called chlorine. And especially our elders that have been drinking fresh spring water don't like that, period. So even if they do have tap water in their homes, they still preferentially go to nearby streams to get their water. And they don't really want to hear about the uranium contamination because I've been out in communities trying to communicate that, and they want their water and they like their water. So anyway, Ryan, if you can answer those questions, that could help all of us.
Not only did I have a wood burning stove growing up, but also I drink from a unregulated water source. But yeah, so the engineering, all of that, there's also getting the water distribution system built out. So you have to get the right-of-ways, the TAAs, all the administrative stuff in line. Like you could have all the funding, but you have to get approval. And because we are in 3 different states, the Navajo Nation, we have fee land, trust land. If it's fee land, it might be under different regulations from the state, or if it's on trust land, then it would be regulated by the Navajo Nation EPA. So there's different jurisdictional complications that could happen. And this is just to get the line built out, you know, and having to work with that. And another issue with some of these homes that have never been connected to a water system, some of them may not have indoor plumbing. So then that's when you can work with IHS to get a bathroom extension and also a sink. So that is some of the issues that I've seen talking with people is because they have an outhouse, you know, so they'll go outside and they don't have the indoor plumbing to support being connected to a water system. So there are issues like that I'm coming across, but usually, yeah, so that's what I've seen.
Thank you, Ryan.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of complicated questions here that we don't always have answers for. But Charles, do we have somebody from questions from online?
We do indeed, Mansell, and I'm going to prioritize, especially going with the flow of the questions and conversations we were just having. And I'm going to return back to a previous comment or questioner that had directed a very good comment to Gillian. And I want to apologize to her. This is Kirena Associate from the Southwest Research Information Center. And because I rushed through, unfortunately, her other comment toward the end of that other session. So I'm going to do a better job this time. So her question's for Ryan and ask, is the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources able to use funds from the Gold King mine settlements? And then she puts in parentheses, settlements reached from the Sunnyside Gold Corporation and the US EPA to build water treatment systems near water resources in close proximity to uranium mines to increase clean surface water usage, which is currently unsafe for human consumption.
So there was a settlement with the City of New Mexico and EPA. I forget the amount of funding that is available, but the Navajo Nation and the different departments are meeting on what projects to use with that funding that's available, because of course there's like guidelines. One of the projects that they had proposed was to redo a pumping station at Hogback because of the turbidity in the water. Those pumps burn out. So they're like, okay, maybe we can use some of the funding to redo the pump station, but that project didn't meet the guidelines. So there are other projects that are proposed to map out the irrigation system and maybe have some communication system to the farmers where they can send out a text message to warn them if there are water quality issues in the future and how to communicate. So we are working on identifying projects, but I'm not aware of any project specifically that would address uranium.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. It's appreciated. So I'm going to once again try to prioritize the conversation we've been having. So I'm going to turn to a question and some information provided by, looks like someone from EPA Region 9. I'm guessing from its EPA RN and their identifier. It's Eli Banyos-Keener, I apologize for mispronouncing your name. So asks, does anyone in the room have recommendations for federal agencies on how to improve coordination between the federal agencies, HUD, EPA, CDC, and others? And we will be hearing from some HUD representatives in the panel later today, so that we can work with tribal partners to identify needs and meet those needs using federal resources in a more coordinated and intentional way. The Tic Tacs will do this to some degree as well. And this person also points out a webinar that's coming up for tribal communities to learn about the Tic Tacs the Introduction to Thriving Communities Technical Assistance Centers webinar for tribal governments and communities. And it's an NAU Zoom link, and I can put that in the, or one of our staff can put that in the chat for the webinar participants. So I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that.
I'll nail this one if you don't mind. And Ally,
please, Pat.
thanks for trying to make me squirm. That was a good infomercial for the Tic Tac and asking me a question at the same time. That's a great question, the how agencies can work together. And one of the cool things about an event like today, I'll give an example. When Charles came to me to participate in this, at the same time, HUD came to me on a related issue. And I said, hey, have you two guys met? And 2 weeks later, we had HUD on this agenda. So what we're doing at the White House Council on Native American Affairs is we're relating agency to agency on critical issues. We have an EV issue. We have critical minerals issue that we work agency to agency to agency. Last year at the National Tribal Forum on Air Quality on electric vehicle topics, we brought in 3 different federal agencies in a tribe, Eastern Cherokee, to talk about electric vehicles. We're looking at doing something similar. I think the discussion amongst the federal family needs to be much more robust, but we are working on it in earnest. I think one of the things that's worth doing something to move that ball forward is this Executive Order 14112, which is basically how to help tribes get better access to reasonable resources. I'm sure there's a better title for it than that, but we can Google it and put it in the room in a minute. And that is basically saying, how can the federal family work together to give access to tribes to current resources and more resources? And there is both a White House and individual agency approach to doing that. There's things we can do as singular agencies, but there's things that we can do even better if we can meld our resources, stack grants, make processes that are more transparent. For instance, if somebody wants to know about a grant program on solar, I usually would only talk about EPA programs, but now I can talk about EPA and Department of Energy and HUD and GSA programs because I share space with those partnerships on the White House Council on Native American Affairs. We're getting better. We need to get even better. So we're on it. We're working on it, but any suggestions from others would be very welcome as well.
Well, and I have the opportunity often to work, I call our federal partners. Of course, we're funded by a federal agency, and at ITEP, we actually have funding for multiple federal agencies to support our work. But one of the things that I would highly encourage, and I know this is very difficult for our federal partners, but Pat, it would have been great if you were here along with Sakoti. And I know it's hard, but that's one of my recommendations is our federal partners coming and meeting with tribal representatives, and especially on their home territory. I know that we often send people even to DC to talk to our federal partners, but I can tell you that it makes a huge impact. And since it was a Region 9 person that asked the question, a story for me is I had a couple of Region 9 staff join us at one of our trainings. It was at Okchin. And I can say that by the end of that training, there wasn't so much the content that was officially delivered they learned about, but they learned from 15 participants representing tribes from all over the nation, over lunch, over snacks, conversations. I can tell you that over the course of a couple of days, they learned an awful lot about tribes. And my early conversations with them, I knew that they were very naive about tribes and tribal relations. But I witnessed over a period of a couple of days, a lot of, you might say, light bulbs coming on and information exchange. So one thing I recommend for all of our federal partners is whenever they can, spend time in tribal communities. It's my honor and privilege as part of ITEP that I get to do that on an ongoing basis because I do our outreach, I do trainings. And I can tell you it makes a huge difference to be able to make those connections. So that's part of what I would recommend. And we've got 4 minutes left. Charles, okay if I just go ahead and wrap up, or do you have another?
Can I do
urgent
one
question?
more?
All right.
Yeah, because once again, I'm trying to prioritize, and I'm looking at someone from the regional research community, and you may know her. So she doesn't fully identify where she works, but of course, I got the power of the internet, so I can look that up. So Professor Ronalda Zozzi from New Mexico Tech. And so she's thanking all the panelists for their remarks and wanted to ask what the panelists' thoughts are on the implementation of water filtration units being developed by various institutions and researchers like myself. Are there additional authorizations that need to go through an approval process, for example, by the Navajo Nation? And if so, where would they start the approval process besides the IRB, the Institutional Review Board application? Anyone want to take that on?
I have no idea besides the IRB, but if she can just put her contact information in the chat.
Indeed, that's true. And yeah, Ryan, I can, I've just easily looked her. I found her website online, but we can, connect you with her and make that happen. So this is also part of what we're doing here today, as Mansell and Gillian and others are saying. And it's wonderful. I thought you all kind of knew each other. And before we got started, we had like Johnny and Jose and others and saying, oh, wow, I finally get to meet you in person. So I'm glad we made that happen. Janice.
Yeah, Charles, I can just attempt to tell a story about what happened in White Mesa. So the big filtration system got installed, and it's kind of what happens in Indian country a lot is that we get these we get the material, we get the unit, we get the device, but then just trying to have people to run it, our O&M resources are kind of dry. So, right now it's sort of being babysat by, people on, I think it's, some of the public work staff, but, it isn't being attended to as much as it should. So, and that was, pretty much I think it had been tried in several communities before. So that's kind of where we are.
And back to that question, at least for Navajo Nation, Navajo Nation does have primacy for drinking water systems. So if that individual wants to contact me, I could at least put them in touch with the division director at Navajo Nation, because they do have primacy, but that's one tribe. There's 573 more. Each tribe will have a different procedure. Each tribe will have different concerns. So ultimately the answer is you've got to figure it out 574 times. So that's part of the challenge in working in Indian country. So we're out of time unless Charles is going to give us more time.
We're good. You did a wonderful job, man.
Well,
Thank you
so
so
I just
much.
want to summarize a couple key thoughts. We've had some communications here that I wish I could have all the time. And so I encourage all of us to continue the communications and the discussions and seeking for knowledge, information and knowledge about communities, but also seeking those community-based solutions that will work. And Janice brought up a good point about it's far more than just installing a system. It's maintaining that system over time that is going to become critical. And also encourage us to look at the long view. 30 years ago, I was going to solve all the world's problems, and 30 years later, I've recognized that it's going to be my granddaughter that solves all the world's problems. So I started working on her. And you'll get to meet her later, but we need to take the long view. And I have worked with a lot of students that I feel like are going to help us figure out the future and how to address the many issues that we have. So if you feel disappointed that you haven't solved a problem, start talking to your grandkids, because they're the ones that are going to solve it. And if you don't have grandkids, I feel sorry for you, because they're the best thing in the world. So with that, this panel will be concluded, and I think we get, at least here in person, we get to have a feast of some sort, and then we'll be reconvening. Charles, if you could let the online audience know when we'll be reconvening.
We'll reconvene in about an hour.
Thank you all for coming back from lunch, and we're ready to start on the next session. I think this is going to be a nice follow-on to where we started from this morning. I'm really pleased that this panel has the variety of background that they're bringing to this session. We have the pleasure of having Dr. Eliseo Perez-Dabla as the director of the National Institute for Minority Health and Health Disparities. And he brings, I think, a really incredibly broad perspective from the history of the Institute and from his nearly 40 years in clinical practice prior to taking that role on. I think that Institute has contributed hugely to what we know about various factors that contribute to inequalities in health outcomes and inequalities and exposures. And so we're going to ask him to actually set the stage, and then we're going to come back to the panel. And we only have him with us for 1 hour. So we're going to kind of front load the conversation in that first hour so that he can participate in panel and questions as well. So we're going to have a little bit of a flexible outcome here. One of the things that everyone on this panel, I think, is going to be able to talk about is not only some of the problems and some of the data that we see that relate to some of these exposures, but also some of the underlying mechanisms that drive the outcomes, and then also the kinds of things that can be used to either prevent exposures, prevent some of the health impacts, or reduce the likelihood of chronic disease. And so with that in mind, I want to hand this over to Dr. Perez-Dabla, and Eliseo, it's yours.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Johnny, Dr. Lewis, and I want to especially thank all those who are listening and the National Academies for making this happen. When I got the request, I already was booked, but I said it was too important to not fit it in, and also the fellow panelists, Dr. Serrato and Dr. McKenzie. I'm going to share my screen and show a few slides. Just to set the table, or can I share? Yeah, here it is. All right. And make sure I can do this and you.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Slide.
I got it.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's only been 1,000 times, right, in the last several years. So just quickly, the data on life expectancy in the U.S. is daunting by this crude thing that we call race and or ethnicity. We see for American Indian, Alaska Native, even though the uncertainty intervals are greater, is the group that does the least well amongst racial and ethnic populations in the U.S. I thought I would pull the data from this Global Burden of Disease project where we're working on for the Four Corners, which I have visited with my family many years ago as we traveled around the West. And we can see these are for American Indians. And I don't think you can I can click on this and show you, but these areas that are in darker red are closer to that low 60s range. And the optimal area, as you see in green for American Indian population, is in the mid 70s. Now, by comparison, these are Latino, Hispanics, in the same area with some significant social disadvantage as well. And you see the drastic differences. So not even in comparison to whites. In another project that NMHD sponsored, we looked at the economic burden of these disparities. And although American Indian, Alaska Natives make up about 2% of the US population in 2020, and these are estimates for 2018, this is about 6% of the total economic burden coming, much of it from excess premature deaths, but also excess medical costs and lost labor productivities. Perceived discrimination, racism is a real phenomena in most minoritized populations. And we see for the first time the Kaiser Family Foundation survey on racism, discrimination, and health included not just American Indian, Alaska Native, but also Asian Americans. Previously, it was only Latino, Hispanics, whites, and African Americans. And this is in healthcare. Sort of in society in general, these numbers go up to 50% or greater. So in the healthcare setting where we should do better, we're still seeing 10 to 12% of non-Black minorities having felt that they were poorly treated because, or have disrespected because of their race or ethnic background. In the NMHD research framework, we clearly are in this environmental frame, and in thinking about individuals in their personal built environment, but also in the household environment, indoor air becomes a really relevant issue. And this area of research on the built environment is something that really has only emerged in the last 25 years. Go back to the mid 1990s, early 1990s, what the built environment meant to health was very limited science behind it. And it has increased at the same rate almost that we have seen for some of the biological fields, for example, in genomics. And clearly, this is an area that matters a lot to our institute, in addition to the fact that focus on tribal nations, American Indian health is critical. And I'll just end the slides with a plug for what we call the Community Engaged Research Alliance, the Community Engagement Alliance, SEAL with a C. Notice that 3 of the 4 corner states do have teams. We are very much focused on American Indian, Alaska Native Enrichment Initiative. It's combined with Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander for now, but clearly there are areas of the country where this is more of a higher priority because of the population. And what SEAL is, it's a platform, it's a research platform based on community engagement. It came out of COVID-19. It wasn't a congressional mandate. It was something that came out of discussions at NIH leadership as a partnership between National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute and National Institute on Minority Health and Health Disparities. And we have invested in this sort of infrastructure platform, initially COVID, but we're pivoting now to chronic disease, have pivoted to chronic disease. We're trying to also include other initiatives that we have invested in, maternal health, climate change and health initiative, community engaged primary care research, creating a network of community health centers that focus on primary care research. And then more recently, NMHD received funding from Congress to both work on improving Native cancer outcomes, and those grants went to University of Oklahoma and the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center in Washington, and the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Health Research Office, which we stood up at NMHD. And for example, we were able to fund quickly 2 R61 grants, or rapid turnaround grants, on the effects of the Maui wildfire that had been in the pipeline at NIH, not at our institute. So I'll end the slideshow and see if I can use just a few minutes to just share stories, since that was the request, is that we focus on stories. And of course, I personally don't have a lot of experience with poor indoor. Do I need to stop sharing? Probably do.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay, great. All right. There we go. Okay. So staff did generate for me from a workshop that we held earlier this year that I was not able to attend, 2 stories, and I think I have the few minutes to relate both of them. The first one came from this is a climate change and community engagement workshop that was co-organized by one of our climate scholars that spent a year virtually working with NIH staff. And NIMHD is very committed to this initiative that is based or housed in the National Institute on Environmental Health Sciences. And it goes as following. It's from a staff person from the Partnership for Air Matters and the Tribal Health Homes Network. We were once called, a colleague and I, to do an indoor quality assessment. There was a tribal member who was reporting dizziness. She was lightheaded. She had sort of overall malaise. And what we found out when we went in, it was an old FEMA trailer left over from Katrina. So it's all the composition of the materials for building that were formaldehyde. So the high heat that they were having that week was essentially cooking the interior and increasing the indoor concentrations of formaldehyde, which led to all sorts of adverse health effects. So she shared the story just because she wanted more than anything to go out in the field as often as you can. The impacts of heat and smoke are overt. They're also subtle and complex, and looking at the housing conditions and the legacy of underfunding in communities of color. Most homes that we work in have extensive mold, volatile organic compounds, lead, radon, asbestos, and to cap that, they now have mechanical deficiencies, inadequate systems to deal with heat and smoke. So ventilation, filtration, adequate air sealing, natural cooling systems don't exist either. So climate effects, essentially, we see are additive. They're synergistic and cumulative, and now they're in the indoor environment. Last year in the Mid-Atlantic area, the Canadian wildfires led to several days of fairly high intensity exposure to particulate matter from the smoke in the Baltimore, Washington, D.C. area that I witnessed myself, where it was clearly advised that people with chronic cardiopulmonary conditions avoid going outside at all during that time. So it is impacting us in many different levels. And finally, let me just share another story from a Tulalip tribal member who works for the tribe's health system in the same session from our climate change and community engagement workshop that earlier this summer. That asset-based, strength-based approach is a powerful way to approach these rural communities, in particular, the indigenous communities. And methodology that I always lean on is approaching them through historical resilience lens rather than historical trauma lens. These communities historically traumatized, yes, but also know that they are still strong. They're still here. They are surviving because they're historically resilient and they have these tools in their histories and in their blood. So what we usually do here is we bring them back to the research that we've conducted and say, for example, how did they know that Kossalish indigenous communities used to vent smoke by making vents in their log houses and propping wood up to let smoke from their fires out, and showing them that these are things that we're doing, that we're doing before, and were colonized, and before they were colonized and approaching communities. So these are important, and I will say from my perspective as a director of the NIMHD, we prioritize work with all minoritized populations. We're particularly focused on the greatest disadvantages that can happen that occur. And I have to get away from that. Yes. And I would say that a couple of points. Visiting the areas is important. Now that we're back to traveling, I was in the pattern of trying to at least get once a year, get out to tribal nations. And I was able to do that. I was in New Mexico a number of years ago. I was also in South Dakota and North Dakota, most recently in North Dakota. And I think that's an important part of my job is to do that. Not just to go give talks to universities, but to actually visit with communities, community organizations, and the communities themselves. And it is an important part of the experience that directors of an institute like mine need to do. We have funding for a variety of programs that support health in tribal nations. Dr. Lewis is familiar with our environmental disparity centers. The New Mexico Center has done terrific work in this area, and we will continue that initiative. In fact, the request for applications is now published, and we have several other institutes that have joined us in committing funds. So I think that group of grants will be able to grow from 3, we hope, to probably 6 once we get through all the review process. So thank you for your attention. I think I only took less than 15 minutes, so I'll stop there. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. That's a great start to this session. And we also want to thank you for the extension on the renewal application. So, which happened just this morning. We actually we'll be talking about some of the data that have been generated through that mechanism. What we want to really make sure that we cover, and I want to make sure that we can do the first focus on this, as I mentioned, in the first half hour, but I also want to introduce the rest of the panel so that we can start more of a dialogue around these new questions. One of the things couple of things that we really want to focus on. We want to look at the effects of mixtures on chronic outcomes. And when we talk about mixtures, we're not talking solely about this chemical plus this chemical. We're talking about some of the things that were highlighted in Eliseo's presentation as well. When you think about what living in substandard housing might contribute to that, what does having a lack of access to care contribute to that? What does a lack of knowledge on the part of providers contribute to that? What does not having a good diet and access to food, lack of education, lack of income, lack of ability to maintain an infrastructure that helps you be resilient? And so we think of how those factors also add together and influence what effect those chemical exposures from indoor and outdoor air might have, or how it changes the exposures that you might have. If your house is leaking, and this is something that Gillian talked about earlier, if your house is leaky, obviously you're going to have more exposure to that outdoor air. So trying to kind of tease out what all of those pieces are that are contributing to what we call mixtures. We also have a panel that is, I think, uniquely positioned to talk about interventions and interventions on the side of prevention of exposures, on the side of prevention of disease, on a number of things that can either counteract or reduce exposure or prevent the development of outcomes. We also want to think about transgenerational effects, and this is something we hear from communities a lot when we are looking at communities that have much more holistic perspectives than dominant culture does, and much more concern for what happens 7 generations out as opposed to my kids. What does that mean? Are these kinds of exposures and these kinds of factors that contribute to disease ongoing and being passed on to future generations? And I think Deb will probably talk about that a little bit. And then for the issues that we face here in the Four Corners, also talking about metals exposure and how the metals interact with each other, but maybe more importantly, how the metals interact with all of the other things that we've been hearing about, like the formaldehyde, like the wood smoke, like the increasing fire and the smoke that comes from that. So I think we can start by having Deb, actually, I should probably give just a wee bit about who I am. So I'm Johnny Lewis, and I am now retired professor emerita at the University of New Mexico, but still very actively involved in several centers that started in my old program that has now transitioned to Deb. And Jose has picked up another one of those, and they've added additional folks I have researched to this, and they'll be talking about those. The basic concept that led to the development of that was being approached by 20 communities in the Eastern Agency of Navajo Nation in about 2000. And some of the first environmental justice grants were coming out of the National Institute for Environmental Health Sciences. And I had previously worked with Inhalation Toxicology Research Institute, a Department of Energy lab for my postdoctoral work. And then I went on to do some consulting with DOE on unique exposures in tribal lands. Came in contact with a lot of tribal communities that live beside uranium mills, and looking at how do you assess risk based on exposure in those communities. And so in 2000, when the justice grants started coming out, 20 communities invited me to come out and be part of a discussion along with some of my other colleagues on how can we get those resources here to understand what these exposures to abandoned mine waste do. And my comment at the time was, yeah, I can lead a first application, and then we need to transition it over. And 30 years later, I'm still here. So it's been an amazing opportunity and really enriching. And it's just very sad that it had to happen at all. So that's my personal background. My educational background is as a toxicologist, but I believe that all research has to be completely partnered. And hopefully we see some examples of that. So Deb, would you like to?
Yes, thank you. I'm Deborah McKenzie, and I've been working with Dr. Lewis since about 2016, I believe. I don't remember. It's been a long time. It was when I think we first, actually maybe 2013 is the first enrollment of the Navajo birth cohort study is when I had my first conversation with you. I'm trained as an immunologist. I was actually born and raised in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So I'm a native New Mexican. It's my home. And I am thrilled to be able to work within the communities in this area because I feel a deep connection. So as Johnny mentioned, some of the work that was done in the communities that they started looking at the community concerns related to uranium exposure led to discussions about child health. What are the impacts? The community wanted to understand more about how is this affecting our children growing up in close proximity. And so the Navajo birth cohort study is a result of those community concerns. And I won't go into all the history of how that happened. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Dr. Lewis and her program initiated the Navajo birth cohort study, initially funded by the CDC, and now we're part of the NIH Environmental Influences on Child Health Outcomes program, which gives us an amazing opportunity. But let me step back and just say that it started enrolling women in 2013 during pregnancy so that we could assess prenatal exposures and health outcomes. And the kids now, our youngest kids, our first kids are now 10 or 11. We're still able to follow their development, hopefully through the age of 18. And the study has really given us the opportunity to start for the first time to really understand early life exposures. We've been able to show that about 25% of the study participants on Navajo Nation have uranium concentrations in the urine that exceed the 95th percentile across the US. And what we see in our kids is that even from birth, we have elevated concentrations of uranium, arsenic, cadmium, and other metals that have known carcinogenic potential. And it's going to be important for us to have this opportunity to really understand how these early life exposures are going to contribute to chronic health. And one of the interesting things we found, which relates to some of this indoor-outdoor air and potential environmental exposures, is that we see that the exposures aren't always the same. So we have kids who have low exposure on one measurement and higher exposure on another. And we have another study that we've done longitudinal measurements, and we see the same type of scenario where we have low exposures and then high exposures in the same individual. And I think this is a really important observation for us when we think about where the exposures are coming from and where the contamination is coming from. As we think about, is it an indoor air exposure? Is it a wind exposure? Is it working out on the land? Is it, where are these exposures coming from? This is going to give us a lot of information on how to reduce exposures if we can understand what's causing some of the sporadic high dose exposures. And so that's a really key point when we think about indoor air quality, outdoor air quality, and where the two are combining to create exposures in individual cases. The health impacts of these exposures are exacerbated, we believe, by nutritional status and other key health outcomes, socioeconomic status, stress, and many other conditions. And the mixed model that Johnny mentioned allows us to look at all these across the Navajo birth cohort study. The clinical trial, we have a clinical trial ongoing to look at mechanisms for potentially mitigating some of the health impacts of exposure. And this is based on the molecular understanding of how uranium and arsenic and other metals interact with key nutrients such as zinc. So we know that zinc is a key essential nutrient that's involved with numerous biologic functions, including DNA damage and repair. And arsenic and cadmium and uranium can all compete with zinc for binding sites. And so we have a clinical trial now that is investigating the impact of adding nutritional zinc to mitigate some of the impacts of uranium and arsenic exposure. So we hope, as Johnny mentioned, that by understanding some of the exposure patterns as well as the mechanisms of toxicity, we can work to mitigate the impacts on long-term health outcomes. More recently, we've been through the P50 Center, Environmental Health Disparities Center, we've been looking at understanding the additional complexities of inequities in trash burning practices that frequently occur in tribal communities, where trash and containing lots of plastics and other potentially noxious substance when they're burned are not disposed of in a clear and concise mechanism. People burn trash in their backyard. There's trash burning pits. And so the communities were concerned about how these additional chemicals are exacerbating ongoing exposures and other inequities. And so we've been looking at how chemicals released from these trash burning sites are distributed throughout the community. So we've placed devices, silicone wristbands that absorb chemicals. We place them near the trash burning sites to see how far away, what chemicals are released and how far they go. And we're now doing a health study where we have individuals wearing the wristbands, and we're trying to see how far their exposures are coming. So indoor, outdoor air, again, impacting these cumulative exposures. in these communities. And we hope to, again, be able to address community concerns about reducing exposure and understanding the impacts. And I will stop there and move it to Jose.
Okay, and moving on to Jose, you want to introduce yourself and some of your work? Jose is, has a background in engineering, but is currently directing the Metal Superfund Center at UNM, as well as a new center on climate change and sustainability. So take it from there.
Thank you, Johnny, and thanks everyone. It's really been an honor to share. I learned so much this morning, from Gillian and then, Mansell and Janice, and you guys really set up a very good argument, let's say, that you cannot think of indoors as an isolated thing, right? Because as soon as you open your door, there's the outdoor, right? And we have contact with the environment all the time. So I want to use a storytelling approach. Thanks, Charles, for suggesting that to us. And I am going to use trying to describe things that in an ordinary everyday life you have to deal with, right, in this area of the Four Corners. And I will also make use of the knowledge that my community partners have shared with me on how to look at this from a nature-based way, right? So let's use the seasons as a way to tell the story. So we are in the fall right now, and interestingly, we've had a pretty warm fall, I would say, in general, except that last week we had this snow all of a sudden, right? You can all attest to that. And so, as we were discussing in the table during lunch, there are some issues, right? Because now you have to use heaters. So you were discussing about the shiprock cases of the stoves and, how that is now an urgency in the communities, right? So coming back to these questions of burning wood, burning trash, as you were mentioning that earlier, I hope this is an important outcome of this meeting, is just recognizing that in these communities, you cannot think in the same way as if you were in Washington, D.C. or New York City, right? We have contact with nature, so our communities have to go every day to take care of their animals, to take care of, their plants, their vegetation that they are growing, ceremonial practices. And I think that burning them has such an important meaning, right? So it's not just the outcome of getting the heat, but it is the symbol that it has in the life, right? So I think that ensuring then that if you look at it from a chemistry perspective, well, I'm a chemistry professor too, how about that? So we always think about reactions, and you oxidize, right? A lot of organics. So what we call black carbon that results from burning wood through burning stoves or even from wildfires is not only carbon, because naturally trees have metals that then get concentrated and form minerals. So that's something that my group has shown in publications, that at the end you end up with a mixture, going back to this, right? And it's an important awareness to have, that is not only the black carbon, as people call it, but there are metals there, right? And how they interact with our bodies, with our health, is, I think, still a matter of unknown, a lot of unknowns. And we were talking with the Northern Arizona University colleagues here, right, that they're interested in particulate matter. And I think that's an interesting component to it, right? So an additional thing, as you open the door here, and now let's move to the spring, as we talk about wildfires, then you all can relate to the high winds that we have from February to April, at least in Albuquerque. The sand is in your face, right? And we get often asked from our communities, should we be worried that these abandoned mines are actually, getting suspended minerals in the air, right? And that we are breathing? That's a question that we're trying to answer. And talking about indoor, a very important story that I want to share also is with the Pueblo of Laguna. They very kindly share material from a church that they attend. And if you think about the church, then it becomes a document of all of the exposures that probably happened since when mining was active, right? And very recently, our researchers published a very important publication about how human colloids can be used as a model to understand then how this exposed uranium-bearing dust can, cause health effects, right? So those are important things that I just want to bring up that are just part of the realities that we live here. And I wish I could tell you, moving from the spring to the summer, that wildfires are going to happen in the summer, but they don't anymore, right? Because we can all argue here or not about climate, right? But the disasters are there, and we have seen fires like the one in the, Hermit's Peak, Half Canyon, right? That happened in the spring. So they happen earlier, and also then the floods that come in the summer bring all of this debris that, that affects our water quality, not only with carbon, but with metals then that come not only from the ashes, but from mineralized deposits that we have in our community. So these are all realities. And I want to end this by just stating that because our communities have taught us the value of connecting with nature, that has inspired us to try to understand them, well, how does Mother Nature deal with, we were asking this question in the lunch too, remediation. How do you repair, right, these damages? And we are trying to understand then how natural minerals can be used to capture metals like uranium and arsenic. We were just talking with Johnny earlier about some collaboration that we're starting to start with some colleagues, trying to see if we can use minerals like limestone, like hydroxyapatite that naturally occur, and see if we can use those just as nature has done to naturally capture. And in a similar spirit and resilience of these communities, there are grasses, there are plants that naturally grow even in the coldest or hottest weather here, because we go from extremes to extremes, right? So we're really trying to understand then how these grasses and other plants that grow could help accumulate metals with the hope of enabling to understand how we can remediate. So I want to leave it in a positive. I'm a positive guy, okay? So then I think that's what I would like to end, just stating thanks to the National Academy of Sciences for their interest coming to learn about how life in the southwestern US in this Four Corner region is affecting human health. And I'll pass it here to my colleague, Darryl Rose.
All right, thank you very much. And I do appreciate the invite to join everybody here in person. I feel honored here that I'm.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No, not that. I was just gonna say that we are getting close to the end of Eliseo's hour. And I wondered if we can come back to Daryl and Jackie. And if I apologize for that, but if we can come back to the two of you and pull Eliseo's comments, maybe on some of the toxicity. And I think what would be really helpful, Eliseo, is if you can give us some thoughts on effective remediation strategies and how the Institute is maybe considering those, where the most effective ones are, where the science stands today, and looking at the combination of the social factors and the environmental.
Well, I'll try. I didn't give my own back. I'm a general internist, so I'm a little bit out of my context with environmental science. But in my role at NIMHD, I've learned to cover everything, all populations, all conditions. I think that there's a lot of value in thinking about traditional approaches to managing our environment and to managing these crises. I think one of the things with wildfires is how were indigenous people across the Americas able to manage what is a natural occurrence, wildfires that occur in a way that didn't create havoc for their life. You could say, well, they built less, they had less structures near where wildfires are likely to happen. That could be one, but I think managing the forests is one. A second point that occurred to me in thinking about for today, getting ready for today, is the role of things that we can stop, like secondhand smoke, or tobacco smoking has a role in the Americas culture, and tobacco originated in the South Andean area of South America. So we know that, and I'm from Cuba originally, so tobacco had a big role there. But we know that it's harmful to health when used in a habitual way and not in a ceremonial way. But secondhand smoke is a major cause of disease, and it would be synergistic to anything in the environment. I think that's something we can control. I'm less sort of informed about other indoor contaminants that could be under our control or mitigated, such as radon, or the kind of cooking, the stove that we use. Certainly, you already mentioned the idea of burning outside, burning trash outside, or the idea that somehow in another context, having an indoor fireplace, how nice, it's warm, but you're actually getting all this exposure to particulate matter, even if you have reasonable ventilation system. Now it's your only source of heat. Okay, we get it. But I think that's an alternative idea that we started. I mean, our concept at NIMHD is that health outcomes aren't strictly something related to biology or strictly something related to behavior, or strictly related to environment, both a physical and an interpersonal one. There's a lot of factors that interact. And then what the individual brings to the table matters. And we don't really understand why. We know that age and gender matter in different ways. Why this crude thing we call race and or ethnicity makes a difference in the life expectancy data are pretty dramatic, and it isn't all explained by socioeconomic status, which is what the paradigm was 40 years ago. And so that's the science of what we do, understanding how everything interacts, and it isn't always going to be one thing over another, and sometimes it's straight up biology or behavior, or healthcare. And I think that's what makes it so thrilling in a way, to understand this, so then we can know where to intervene, which is a major factor. And I'll just end by, also say that, we're very committed to improving the health of Native peoples in the Americas, and in the United States. When I spent my whole professional career in UC San Francisco, and I didn't really understand or have a full understanding of what American Indian Alaska Native health was about. Of course, moving to Washington, moving to the NIH gave me a different perspective, and I had known investigators and interacted with and been to Indian country, but it's just different than where I see the whole spectrum. And I know that other institute directors feel the same way. And our support for the tribal epidemiology centers and our goal to expand our support for research that's focused on American Indians, led by Native investigators, and fully engaged with the communities, is fully there. And as long as I'm at NIH, I'm sure that we will continue to work in that direction.
And I think another thing that comes out of these conversations that we've just had, we keep circling back to the issues of wildfire, which of course are tied so much to the climate change issues that we're all seeing now. And some of what Jose talked about with the chemistry of the smoke and the carbon. One thing I think out of everything that we've published in the last couple of years, one of the most fascinating articles, I think, was Eliane El Hayek's work, where she showed that if you throw carbon into the mix, it has the added impact of making some of these metals get into cells more rapidly, and also making them more toxic, making these metals more lethal to the cells. And so you're really starting to see this massive interaction, this massive, looking at it from a holistic perspective, you see a very different toxicology emerging, not only a very different sociology emerging. And how to merge all of those pieces together, I think we all have a lot to learn. But we thank you very much for your support and your perspective. I know you have to leave. You're certainly welcome to stay on as long as possible. Did you have any other thoughts that you want to throw into the conversation?
I listened a little bit this morning as just in the audience when I had a break, and so I had to get a flavor of what. And this is a great event. I'm really delighted and understanding the geography and how that impacts the people that live in it. More and more, starting with that perspective of population health, of why we see these differences rather than not just on the individual basis. We know resources are needed, but in the regional areas, and if we see that some areas, without necessarily getting into names because I won't remember, can do pretty well, and others don't. Then we say, well, what's going on? What's going on? What are they doing right that we can then learn from and try to bring up the rest. And frequently we end up with it. A lot of it has to do with structures, structural factors, and ability to have opportunity, both educational and economic, as well as individual behavior change and individual health in general. And I think when you mentioned the ECHO program, Johnny, it just is that whole what happens in utero in those first 5 years of life, just to use an arbitrary cutoff, but early in life impacts adult life enormously on a biological basis, and also on a mental health and on a variety of factors that we don't fully understand. So studies like ECHO, which I was here when it kind of began, and I've talked to Matt Gilman. We meet. He'll briefs us about once a year on it, and we've actually supported investigators to use the data from ECHO when possible now, especially that it's available. So I'm just delighted that this is going on, and that I was able to have the opportunity to get to listen to you and to meet you, so virtually.
And I think your offer of coming out and spending more time in communities is also very sympathetic with what we heard this morning. And I'm sure that several of the community people who are here would love to take you up on that. So when you have time, let us know and we'll arrange a tour.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for making the time. We appreciate your insights. And I want to just play back to Daryl here. Daryl's here with us from IHS, and he also comes from a background in prevention and emergency management, two areas that I think are really critical in everything we've been talking about. So I just want to hand it over to Daryl, and then we'll come back to Jack.
All right, great. It's like deja vu. My name is Daryl LaRush. I'm the Deputy Director for Management Operations for the Indian Health Service, and I'm a member of the Lower Rural Sioux Tribe in South Dakota. I feel really fortunate to be up here with all the people from University of New Mexico. I do have my degree is in civil engineering from UNM, so good to be around colleagues here. One of the things that I want to do for those of you who aren't familiar with Indian Health Services, just say a few things about the agency and what we do, kind of how we're unique in a way. And then I'll get into some of my stories. My staff knows I can tell stories a lot and everything, so I'll try to limit the time. But at the Indian Health Service is the federal agency within the Department of Health and Human Services that provides the federal health services to approximately 2.8 million American Indians and Alaska Natives. And that represents 574 tribes, federally recognized tribes over 37 states. So it's a huge scope. We do it through 3 different mechanisms. We do have direct services with Indian Health Service, where we're actually running the programs on behalf of the tribes. They trusted us to keep going with that. The other option is through our Public Law 93-638, where the tribes can actually take their programs and run it as they see fit. And then we also have an urban Indian health program, and there's about 41 urban programs around, because the majority of a lot of our Native American population does live in urban areas also. So one of the things that I like to always, that I really enjoy about IHS, I love the mission. I am second generation IHS. I was a public health service officer. My dad was also a public health service officer. We're both engineers. Unfortunately, he went to North Dakota State University. He didn't go to UNM. Let that slide. So it's really been a great journey, and being able to actually learn from my dad. He was with the program that provides water and sewer systems on the reservations, so had a lot of background in that. And I'll say background enough to choose a different path. When I went in, I was with the health facilities program. So throughout my career, I've always took care of the healthcare facilities, and it really resonated this morning with some of the pictures of the BIA building, because there were a number of those in IHS, as well as I do have experience on the Indian Affairs side too. And unfortunately, those buildings are all too familiar. And I've heard the stories about people, seemed like people would always be put in the basements. And of course, that was where radon seemed to always accumulate and everything. So definitely a challenge. But some of the things that make IHS a little bit different than your normal healthcare system is we do have that tie to community health or the public health aspect. So I always like to remind everybody that not only can we affect the healthcare of the people that we serve, but we can also affect the communities in which they live. And through some of our programs, we have like the Environmental Health Services program that is basically all the environmental programs within the communities, and there, as it relates to the health of people, primarily the water and sewer, solid waste, but they also work closely with people with the air monitoring and so forth. Also anything within the environment of the home. We also have our sanitation facilities construction program, and that's the program that provides the water and wastewater systems, as well as solid waste. One interesting thing about that is we'll fund it and we'll build it. The tribes can actually take these projects on themselves, but once we complete the project, we do turn it over to the tribes to operate. And I think one of the things that had come up in an earlier discussion was operations and maintenance of those systems once you put those in, which is always a challenge. We also support our tribal epidemiology centers. That was mentioned also this morning. And one thing that I'm really excited about is we are in the middle of our just started our modernization project for health IT. So we're replacing our electronic health records system that we had a long time coming. But I'm actually looking forward to that, because one of the things that we're trying to build into that is the social drivers of health, and those what was brought up with the questionnaires and so forth. We do ask those questions, but being able to get it into a medical record where everybody would be able to see it, no matter who you're getting your services from, will just kind of be a game changer there. So really excited about that. But again, I'm really big on looking at the social drivers of health and just how the environment, socioeconomic status, access to healthcare, transportation, and so forth, all play a big effect on what our health is and life expectancy. And I think with just kind of a story, when I was a facility engineer at one of our facilities, I kind of sat between the engineering group that worked out in the field doing the water and sewer systems as well as the hospital. And I was in a meeting in the morning on the engineering side, and they said, "Oh, by the way, one of our tribes has a boil water notice because they've been having some problems with their water system." And just later that morning, I was sitting in one of our hospital meetings, and the doctor said, "I started seeing a lot of cases of gastroenteritis from this particular location." And it felt good because I was able to link those two programs. So one thing is just that coordination and communications is we do have all these programs. We have all of just vast amounts of people who are doing parts of what we need to be doing, and it really gets down to the key is bringing everybody together and having at least knowing who you are, knowing what's going on. I know it's difficult. I'm glad I even got to meet a lot of you here because I learned about programs, even though I've been in IHS for about 25 years, wasn't really involved in, so do appreciate that. And I'll just wrap up my comments with just listening to the issues with air quality, both indoor and outdoor, water quality and so forth is just, as an engineer, I like to think in systems engineering or systems thinking, and we do live in it is a complex adaptive system. So what was brought up earlier, you can put all the science behind it you want, but if you don't remember that there's people behind it, there's cultural aspects of it you need to think about. You may say, "Hey, I'm going to give you this," and some of our elders may say, "No, that isn't the way that we've been doing it." So you really have to focus on that the human aspect as well as the science part. So I'll stop there.
Great. Okay, and we have one more participant before we open this up to a broader conversation. And Jackie, are you on the line?
I am.
Oh, good.
hear me?
Okay. There's been a lot. Yeah, and now we
Yeah.
see you too.
Thank you.
There's been a lot actually of reference to indoor burning and kerosene heaters and stoves and gas stoves. And I know that is something that is a big concern of yours. So do you want to, Jackie is from the Poison Control Center at the University of New Mexico, and it is an absolutely amazing resource that I personally have used in the past and appreciate. And so I want to turn it over to Jackie so she can talk a little bit more about the services that they provide and how available they are for people.
Okay, so we are a free public service program. And as Dr. Lewis mentioned, we are housed at the University of New Mexico. We have a drug information line, and we also have a poison information line. So that's why we staff exclusively pharmacists there, because of the drug information line. We're one of the few in the United States who does that, one of the few poison centers. So you can call in about any type of questions you have about your medications at all, which comes in real handy, when you can't get a hold of your doctor or pharmacist, or if it's after hours. Very, very excellent public service program. Very proud to be here at the Poison Center. I've been here for over 14 years. And first, before I forget, a big thank you to Dr. Lewis for inviting me or getting me into this meeting, because this is all very interesting. Very passionate about health disparities and removing them. I've done prior work with the Navajo Nation, where I did a survey of the community health representatives at an annual meeting, and analyzed it. And they mentioned that medication errors and contaminated water were the two tied for the two most concerning issues facing their community. And then I made an implementation of a commercial on a PSA, rather, on KTNN, which is the Navajo Nation radio station. And we happened to have a College of Pharmacy student who was fluent in Dene. And it started off in Dene, and then it was a minute long, and then it went to the English portion of it. So it was really a neat project, and it affected, I mean, it drove up 30 calls, and we did 2 different interventions, and each time the calls increased in the area by 30, which is pretty good. Quite a difference. So as far as burning combustible fuels inside the home, we're talking about any fuel burning appliance or machines like generators, gas stoves and gas powered automobiles. Talking about ways that some may be their only source of heat. So we don't recommend that you try to heat your house or your home with with a gas stove or a gas powered dryer. That's a big no-no. And it depends on how well the appliances are maintained. They should be checked annually. Or don't use a grill inside of the house. And certainly not, for a wood burning stove, just wood, not coal or cheap coal or something like that, because that could be a huge problem. Because carbon monoxide, as we know, is a tasteless, odorless, and colorless gas. And it unsafe levels get in the home when it's improperly combusted. So using like generators, like I said, charcoal grills in the home or in tents or in trailers is not recommended. The only way you can detect this is if you have a working carbon monoxide detector. And that's the only way, because human senses can't. So the symptoms can be very mild. If you have CO poisoning, they can be headache, nauseous, dizziness, vomiting, fatigue. Then the more serious exposures can lead to chest pains, seizures, unconsciousness, and even death. So this is a very serious issue. And I would love to entertain like a way to get a grant or do something to get these tribal nations detectors in their homes.
And you had mentioned that that's one of the call that you get with great frequency for carbon
Yeah,
monoxide?
especially as in the winter months too, as it gets cold. Yeah, we get a lot of people. In the summer, we had a lot of people doing this in their campers. And we did get a fair amount of calls. So yeah, it is a very prevalent problem. With the
And
barrier being the carbon monoxide detector.
can you just give your number out so people can take that down?
Absolutely. It's 1-800-222-1222. It's the phone lines are offered in 80 different languages, including Navajo. Translation services. So, and it's free. We're open all the time, even on holidays, around the clock. And if we really like to try to get folks to call us, because most of the time we can help them on site over the telephone, and they don't have to go into the hospital. And we're saving them a lot of time, a lot of money. We're keeping the emergency departments running more effectively and efficiently by doing so. And we're saving, millions of dollars in healthcare costs to New Mexico.
And I just want to share a story of my experience with the Poison Center. It's actually in the same department or the same college that I'm in, but I had never had called to use it until we moved into a new farm, and my partner put his boots on and probably got bitten by a spider. His foot swelled up the size of a balloon and turned black. And we thought, oh God, this is not a good introduction to a new home at all. And we called the Poison Center. And I think the thing that we were most amazed by was not just the initial response, but the fact that they managed it all the way until the swelling went down and it disappeared 4 or 5 days later.
Yeah.
And they were regularly calling us back, and it's really quite an amazing service. So I do want to just offer that up as a resource. They have access to a lot of materials, and we also have found that you guys do research. If they get asked a question they don't know, they will look things up and figure out how to make it work. So I hope everybody got the number, and it'll get passed out with the.
Yeah, and I just put it in the group chat as well.
Great.
And it is a national number, so it goes by area code. So wherever you're calling from, if you move from a different area, you might get Washington or somewhere else if you're moving from there. But generally speaking, it works pretty well, and you get routed by the area code. So if you're 505 or 575, you should get us.
Excellent. Do we have questions for anyone on the panel?
I just have a course, because I'm sorry. CO detectors, I'm just so glad you brought it up.
Oh, Jillian, could you get close to the microphone, please? Thank you
Is
so much.
that better? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
I don't know where to go. And Mansell's probably right behind me. So
Gotcha.
CO detectors, so many tribal homes have a combustion device, right? It can be #2 fuel oil in Alaska, and toil stoves, wood stoves. So one of the things, if you're a tribe, and I don't know if there's any tribes listening, if you have GAP grants under EPA, HUD grants, 103, 105 grants, you can sometimes distribute carbon monoxide detectors as an educational tool. So you can buy 100, 200 of them and distribute them to your community. So I want to emphasize that. Don't buy the cheapest ones, because their detection level may not be sufficient, and chronic exposure to CO is pretty serious. So even though you're acute is one. So I want to mention that. And I have a video. We created a tribal video on carbon monoxide combustion devices and poisoning. So I'll share that. Most important thing I've been meaning to, I forgot to say today. So we're talking about wildfire smoke, right? We're talking about wood smoke. Nitrogen dioxide emitted by gas when cooking is a hazard, but there's a huge misnomer that the hazard of cooking, and Mansell knows what I'm going to say, is because the gas combustion, right? When we cook, we are doing the same thing. If you're cooking meat, it's a small wildfire, it's a small thing. You're combusting carbon right in your home. So you're producing, I think someone talked about ultrafines, right? Ultrafines, again, I probably mentioned this earlier, they pass through our mucociliary clearance system. They go through the lung straight into your bloodstream. They go through the blood-brain barrier. They detect metals and PAHs in the brain that got there attached to and hitched to UFP. So I want to emphasize, cooking is probably in the top 3 of hazards to things that will actually get in other organs of our body. So I forgot to mention that, but I think relative risk-wise, it's a big deal. So just had to add that.
We are not advocating starvation, by the way.
Oh, just, yeah, use your fan, please. That's
Yeah,
all.
right.
Use your cook fan. That's a
Speaking
good
of it,
point. Yeah.
Johnny had questions for me on my panel, so I, turnaround's fair play, but I'm particularly intrigued by the conversations about carbon monoxide, because I have a concern about them, and that is alarms are designed to not go into alarm immediately. And if you look at manufacturing information on them, you'll see that at some levels they delay for an hour or longer. And that's because of a variety of reasons, but one is false alarms, which are not false, but that's what people want to call them. But so my concern is that CO alarms do protect our lives, but they're not very good at protecting health. So any thoughts you have about that are welcome. And then just because I probably won't get to ask any more questions, I'll just throw in a couple more connected to really the first panel also, but we're highly represented here by universities. And I didn't talk about it, but I'm really interested hearing from other universities how we work with tribes. And I know that, for example, Johnny is a great example. I kept telling our researchers at the university they need to follow Johnny's example, because she was there a lot for a lot of things that I happened to also go to, but I saw researchers from UNM getting to know people. And I think that's key, but I'm also interested in other thoughts. And then the same question to our federal And I know that IHS, your whole purpose is to serve tribes and serve communities, but I'd love to hear some stories or guidance on how to best do that. So CO, federal and universities working with tribes.
Okay.
Daryl, I'm so sorry that I cut you a bit. So he's gonna get it first now. How about that?
Oh, you're turning to me.
Yeah, you're turning to.
All right, answering the question on federal, yes, for Indian Health Service, that's basically what we do. So we're always in the communities working with the tribes. We do have a robust policy on tribal consultation for any of our policies that may affect the tribes. But I think one of the, and it's always been, you need to get into the communities, and just sharing a story that I thought was really good from the emergency management side. When I was working the California wildfires, the FEMA has the blue roof program. So people who had lost their roofs, they bring out the blue tarps for those. And it's kind of run by, I think, Army Corps of Engineers. So as you can imagine, they had a whole bunch of Army Corps of Engineers soldiers show up in their uniforms, and they said, "Oh, we're going to go out and we're going to give out these roofs or whatever and talk to them." And they said, "We're just going to go door to door and knock on it." And we said, "Wait, we're going to get somebody from IHS who knows the people in the communities to actually go out there." So that's what a lot of times in any of the research, making connections with communities during disasters and so forth, we do pride ourselves on having been in the communities and establishing those relationships with them. So I think the big thing is you just have to be out there in the communities, gain the trust. You don't get it overnight or just with one visit. You need to really go out there and listen to the problems and their concerns. Now, I wanted to go back around to one of the questions before was about federal agencies working together. And I think one example I know when I was with Indian Affairs was there's a infrastructure task force that's sponsored or led by the EPA on water and sewer systems. And I thought that was a pretty good model because it was a group that got together, IHS, Indian Affairs, EPA, USDA, anybody that had anything to do with water and sewer systems on reservations. We would get together and talk, usually on a quarterly basis, and share. And that was really good to be able to see what everybody else was offering and be able to make those links to the tribal communities.
And Jose, you have.
Well, I will very humbly share. This is a real experience. Johnny just introduced me as the director of the UNM Metal Superfund Research Center, which honestly, Johnny is the founding director of, so I am just continuing the great work that she initiated. And still to this day, Marcel, we go to the communities. I was just about a week ago with one of our partner communities where, let's say, we can always do things better, and we can always listen, even when you get tough questions. That's actually the time where you really have to stay and endure as a partner, right? And I think that's where, honestly, many times I see a lot of disappointment I can see from my community members who have told me, "Man, now you guys are starting to do something meaningful." And the tough questions come and then people disappear. Right. And it's the opposite of that, right? Stay and learn and be, I think being resilient on these relationships is very important. And we are continuing. I mean, I humbly will not say that I can pride of anything that I personally do great when. This is a very humbling exchange of knowledge with the local experts and with those who bring, of course, the science and our side, but it is always going to be the community first if you want community-driven research. Right? Otherwise, it's just simply not. And it is challenging. It's not an easy thing to do. And the other story is on a new center that I have just introduced me. And here's the new UNM change, as we call it, Climate Change and Health Center. And we are, let's say, driven by these challenges of the Hermit's Peak Half Canyon fire would be a good example. The fire in Ruidoso that we had this year. All of these events that are becoming unfortunately frequent in our lives, right? So now the time comes to establish new relationships. So let's see what happens, right? But I really already, with all of the experience that I have, the first thing that I am trying as I start the community engagement activities with my collaborators is be mindful of how we establish solid relationships with the community, and that cannot be done without having people from the community advise you and give you that tough advice often, right, that you don't want to hear. And I think that that's where I stand, you know, as a very humble researcher who is always learning.
And I think, yeah, one other thing that I just wanted to add to that, and this can be a story that I have a great example from, but that ability to stand and get beaten up for something that you didn't necessarily do, that you're taking the blame for because you're the one in the room, and not understand that it's coming from a very real place and get personally offended by it. And that's something I've seen probably deflate more researchers, federal representatives and state representatives because of taking that really personally and not understanding that frustration comes from a very real place. People have had a lot of really bad interactions with research. They've had a lot of really bad interactions with regulators. And, you know, being able to stand and let somebody vent when you think you're trying to do really well is a really hard thing to do, but it's really important. I think that's what Jose was getting at as well. But I remember going to a meeting in northern New Mexico, and a farmer had just gone through his field aerial spraying Roundup in a 30-mile-an-hour wind beside a schoolyard. And we got a call from the state asking if, because we were working with communities up there, if we would facilitate a meeting, and we did. And we felt the meeting went extremely well. No one was hurt physically. There was a lot of screaming. There was a lot of frustration, but there were some very real suggestions on, you know, this can't happen. This is not okay. And I was feeling really good about the meeting, and I got to the door, and one of the people who had asked me to organize it came out and went, "Well, that was a disaster." I was completely floored, but realized that, you know, if you're not always out there and you're not always listening to those interactions, and you don't take the time to understand where they come from, and you do take it personally, it is hard to come back. And I think that's something that researchers have a harder time learning, but it's really critical.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for these comments, and I just want to reflect back that I was asked that same question 2 days ago, and 3 key words that we both said: relationships, trust, and humility. So thank you for confirming that.
Yeah,
Deb, you want to?
yeah, I just wanted to add that I think the mindset of the researcher has to be more of working for rather than on tribal communities. So you're doing research with and for, and answering their questions is using your skills to answer the questions that they have and the concerns they have. And I want to say that the Navajo birth cohort study works because we have an amazing staff, and several of them are here. We have, I think, 15 Navajo women who live and work. It's their study, it's their community, it's their people. And we're just here to facilitate the study. It belongs to me. In my head, it belongs to them. And that's, you know, we're answering the questions from them. And I think that mindset is key when you're working, is that, you know, it's their questions. We're there to help. Not.
And yeah, I was just going to ask if staff had anything to say. But go ahead.
A lot of little something because I'm looking at Mallory. We were having a really good conversation yesterday when we were walking. And she was talking about how, well, I work with geochemistry, right? And geochemists take samples. Listen to this word. You're taking a sample. Right? And we have had so many good discussions about this where wouldn't it be better to call it that we partner with a community and we were allowed to analyze a sample and give it back. And I think that's what we're working on. We're working on it. I'm not gonna say that we're mastering anything here. It's a process, right, to understand, because traditionally we have trained on sampling, you take samples, right? But no, I think it's that partnership, going back to what Deb just said, right? It is about being there for our partner communities.
Hugh, Doris, do you want to comment at all? I feel like we're sitting here with you guys in the audience and we're talking about all of this and you're right there. So.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is Katora Anderson. And I'm a community-based research specialist for UNM for the birth cohort study. Prior to that, I was joined by the team as the program manager for the on the other side of the Navajo Department of Health with the birth cohort since it started from 2013. So I've been with this from the very beginning to now. But just to add on to that, in terms of how it's working, is like how Deb said, we have, you know, a total of 15 women, Diné women across Navajo Nation, that are, you know, have this interrelationship with our participants, our families, but also having that understanding of cultural competency, resilience, mainly being there as a person that's there to listen to them, to hear them out. And then more so advocating for them, finding resources for them, because a lot of the families don't have those resources as you would in urban areas. So a lot of it is, you know, being there for them, really truly being there for them, if, you know, having that compassion, having empathy. Again, you know, it is hard knowing that you're having to go see a participant because you know, a lot of families on our reservation where they live in multi-generational homes. So also understanding that, you know, what their factors are in terms of their surroundings. So I think that's what really works for us, because we as Diné women, we have that, you know, in us, we have that compassion. So we know and we understand what a lot of these families are going through, you know, whether it's the younger generation to the older generation now, but, you know, filling in that gap. And I think that's what's really helping us. So I just wanted to add in to that.
Thank you. Doris, do you have anything? You do.
Oh, yes,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Oh, yes,
Be
please.
able to hear you, and I'm sure you have words of wisdom. Doris may be one of the longest relationships I've had with people who work with us. It goes
Good
back almost
afternoon.
30 years.
Yeah. Well, before the birth cohort, I worked with Dr. Lewis on the water quality and all that.
When you were
in
at
the-
Red Mesa.
Yeah, at Red
chapter
Mesa on the
official.
reservation, yeah. Well, my name is Doris Sinagini. The project started back in 2013, and I started with the project under the Navajo Nation. And then I went back to the Navajo Nation full-time as a community health representative. And then back in 2017, I retired from the Navajo Nation and came on board 2 weeks later with these guys. Could have been earlier, but I already have planned a vacation. But anyways, right now I'm trying to retire, but it's hard to. I mean, these people that we work with, the participants, the young people, I just wish we had this program when I was giving babies. But they look to us for a lot of things, not just giving them we are offering them, but they want more. They want someone to listen to them. They want someone to be there when they have an issue, either with their kids or their family. And on the Navajo reservation, a lot of family live together under one roof, maybe 4 or 5 families in a 2-bedroom house, and it's kind of difficult. And then with all the little kids running around, and sometimes they have differences between the siblings because of the kids. But we're there, and I really like the kids that I'm working with. The mothers, I enjoy them. I started with Shiprock. I recruited close to 40 people, and then I went on to Kayenta and Tuba City. Now I'm kind of just floating around, but it's a good project, and I just Q said a lot of things that she kind of covered everything, but I really enjoy it. I really enjoy working with the family and the participants that we have. Thank you.
I forgot to mention the other part of it too with this program with the Navajo Birth Cohort Study is really understanding the process of the tribe, the government process. So we work closely. I had the experience to work closely with our council delegates as well as our previous and former presidents. So learning about resolutions, legislations, the process of all of that, as well as, how the nomination works in terms of receiving federal funds as well. So that's also a great perspective of this program, is that not only myself, but there's other ladies in the study where we have that interaction with our delegates, our chapter officials. So really growing or really starting from the ground root within the community, understanding and then going out, but also holding that close relationship with our stakeholders, which is mainly, chapter officials, council delegates, our president, because we're able to pass a lot of resolutions from the very beginning to now. And we're in the process of still doing that, but also giving them that opportunity to say that, okay, this data that's collected stays within the Navajo Nation. So obtaining that, providing that for them as well, providing updates is what also builds and keeps this program going to the way it is. So I just also wanted to emphasize on that as well.
And Q was just referencing, this program has the first formal data sharing agreement between, for a research program with a tribe. So that we have one of the requirements of ECHO, which comes out of the Office of the Director at NIH, was that everybody had to share data. And that was completely against all tribal and data sovereignty concepts. And so when we applied, we said, we can't make that decision, and it's to you to negotiate that. And they did. And there is now this model agreement that allows the data to be used under specific circumstances. It keeps the privacy intact, and it all goes back to the tribe at the end, as opposed to becoming part of this giant de-identified data set that is over 100,000 kids that ECHO will become. And so that's been a pretty nice model, and something that now is being, I don't know if you knew this, it's now being negotiated with Cheyenne River as well, because one of our colleagues has a cohort there. So, and that's the model, the Navajo agreement. So. Were there any online?
Online? Yes, we have from 2 colleagues, looks like, I don't know how to figure out how to do this, but I'm impressed, from New Mexico Tech, Stephen Chase and Renata Azosi, who had a previous question in the previous session. So they're asking a very good question here, I think. What are suggestions for how to get researchers and funding agencies to understand the long-term commitment that is needed to work with rural and tribal communities?
Yeah. You want to jump in?
Yeah.
I will say that it's a process, and I will give NIH and some of the centers a lot of credit for starting to recognize that it isn't, that it takes time and that the partnerships are important, and they are working very hard to incorporate that community-based aspect to many of their programs and centers. But there's still education. Johnny and I are still discussing with NIH some certain factors that we feel are somewhat restrictive for tribal communities. So there still needs to be education, and we have to be the voices and that take that to whoever we can in the funding agencies to say that, you know, this isn't appropriate for tribal communities, and also for them to understand that the fact that you're working in one tribal community doesn't mean that now you have Native Americans in your study. You have one tribal community. That's one, and there's many more. And to work with many more, you have to have different approaches to each, as we mentioned before, you know, 574, you have to have 574 different interactions and relationships. So you don't just have, oh yes, we have Native American. No, you have some Native American, you know, but it's not the whole story. So there's still a lot of education that needs, and it's up to us, I think, who are working with tribal communities to speak to our funding agencies and our program officers and to speak up and to make them understand that these dynamics are here and not to take, you know, just educate both ways.
I would agree with that, because that's even from the federal side. You know, we have our budget, and we have to run the programs with what we have, but it is that the education, and we try to do our best to make sure our the people up the chain that we go through the budget process and everything, that we are educating them on what we hear from the tribes, because we do have, like right now, we're going through our budget formulation consultations. There's actually the one for Navajo and Flagstaff going on right now. So that's one of the ways that we hear from the tribes and the communities, and we bring that forward in the budget process to let them know that. But absolutely, communications is key in the education.
And I think if I can just take chair's prerogative here and contribute as well. One of the other things I think that has led to the continuing ability to maintain this research group and the partnership is that appreciation of the fact that a partnership is not defined by a grant cycle. And if the funding runs out, you don't disappear. When you start a relationship, you have a relationship. And so in that sense, it's very different than the way people normally think about research. You know, you have your participants and the grant ran out and bye-bye. And we've never done that. I mean, we've been there continuously now for over 30 years. And we haven't always had funding. We've been really fortunate and mostly always having funding, but there have been times when, you know, you just carry it on personal belief and whatever you can pull together, and you at least stay in contact. You don't just disappear. And I think that is something that is absolutely critical, but probably the hardest part for people to recognize going into these relationships.
I just want to add to the elements. Mansell, remind me, what did you say? Trust, humility, and you mentioned trust, humility, and that you recommended
Relationships.
relationships.
Yeah, relationships, which
Right.
Johnny was just talking about, relationships.
And the challenge is
I have a good relationship right here.
you have a good relationship with your mentor. So I do have to say that bureaucracy, in one way or another, to not enable to easily fund communities, just to put it politely, and or even more, you know, we've had these conversations of how the IRB process, right, can sometimes be very challengingly restrictive to, let's say on the first hand, people that show up to a meeting in a community, they're doing it because it's their free time. It's an extra event, right, on something that they really care. And sometimes, let's say that the amount of paperwork or requirements or here, they're just going back to the data agreements and other things, just don't enable, if I can use the communities to participate readily,
They
right?
don't fit into a grant cycle.
It doesn't fit into a grant cycle and so many other, so from a grants management perspective, there's these checkboxes. But when you work in the community, the time and the requirements really are dependent on what the community needs, right? So then the time variable is totally different. I think that making, going to Ronaldo's Stevens points there on trying to make people understand these dynamics, I think is very important to enable long-standing relationships. Otherwise, we will continue doing things in a limited way, in bad way.
And you just reminded me of another story. We took quite a few of our community partners to an academic meeting on cancer and toxicology. And they were there for the whole time. They presented posters, they sat in on scientific sessions and, had good dialogue with a lot of the other scientists who were there. And I think one of the most moving parts for me was on the last day, one of the gentlemen who was from the community, actually a former council member, came up and said, wow, we never realized with all of our talk about respecting our culture that you guys have to deal with your culture and it is totally different and you're stuck in the middle. I mean, thank you. So, it is that two-way thing because of everything they were talking about where there are just expectations. If you're going to be doing a grant, you're supposed to be hitting the boxes and we can't always do that. And so that's where the education is.
And just briefly, there's a big debate right now in several academic communities that work on community engaged research, right? That there's this tenure for professors, right? That there's a clock and it's just not realistic sometimes if people are expected to do community engagement research to check the typical, I'm sorry to be dishonest, but publish or perish requirements, right? So I think all of these are important things to recognize and to continue discussing. But what matters at the end is that we build those relationships and that they are real and resilient, we hope.
Did we answer your question, Ronaldo?
Yeah, it helps. And Stephen as well, Stephen Chase, who's the director of the Native American Outreach Initiative at Mexico Tech. So they did a joint question. I don't know how they figured out how to do that on the webinar, but it's
Very smart. They're very smart.
Leave that for a beer discussion.
Other questions?
There are a few other questions from the previous session in chat, but there's something that I thought might be relevant to raise because at the National Academies, we've been having a lot of internal training to understand what's going on in Indigenous communities. So about 2 weeks ago, I attended a webinar, and I think Kay Wims, a research assistant, also attended this webinar. It was featured this amazing physician, Dr. Donald Warna, who, and I think maybe Jose shaking, he said, maybe you've heard of him. He's a member of the Oglala Lakota tribe, and he is a medical doctor, MD. He also is proud to describe himself as a medicine man. He has been trained in traditional healing practices. He's based in Baltimore at Johns Hopkins Center for Indigenous Health. And so his main message to us National Academies staff and what we could do to help spread the word is that there's a real need for training in Indigenous medical practices. And he said the way physicians are trained, it's a process of like beating people down and like hazing them. And he said, instead, we need to build people up. And he said, and he brought in a lot of good examples of how we can learn from indigenous healing practices. Indigenous people discovered aspirin long time ago, for example. They discovered how to use, plants and animals for injection bulbs, for example. And he brought up a couple of examples as well. So I wanted to mention that because I thought it might be relevant. Too bad LSAO had to leave because they probably know each other, or they should know each other. But I think Johnny and the panelists and also our colleagues who spoke so movingly earlier, I'm curious as to what can we learn from indigenous communities and you've talked somewhat about it, but maybe in the final minutes we have here to talk more about what lessons have you learned from working with these communities that you have brought into or could bring into your research practice, and then to have it be brought back into the communities to create that virtuous cycle.
Patience.
One word answer, yes.
Seriously, I think that's probably the biggest change in my life. I didn't ever used to wait for anything. But I wouldn't have gotten anywhere with that strategy. So, but I think that tiers, I mean, it's a one-word answer, but it tiers into a whole way of behaving that just is a major change.
That
And
was the first
listening.
word that came to my mind as well, but my second word was interconnectedness. I learn a lot about listening and learning from our partners and from indigenous communities, and just about how all things are connected. And it just makes you think about things differently. And I think when we formulate our research questions, we need to think about that. And all the way we work with our communities and the way we study that interconnectivity and those pieces, like the mixtures is sort of a concept there, but it goes far beyond that. So.
So to me, I'm from Honduras, so I'm pretty patient. No, I think that let me phrase this, because I have a former student that is now a professor at the University of Arizona. Her name is Sherry DeVore, and she was in a chemistry class of mine. And going to Deb's point here, I was talking about chemical reactions and how you can use, let's say, equilibrium thermodynamics to understand a system. And when I use those words, she said, wow, this is one of the first or one of the few times in my education that I hear someone talking about how it's a system, right? Everything is connected. And we are connected to nature, and understanding that, I think, is the resilience and the practices that Alicia was trying to ask us earlier, right? What are some things that people are doing well in some areas of the world? And I would say that one of the things that our tribal partners have taught me personally is to think of life as a whole thing. And I think that that's what I've gotten through the years, and hopefully that helps me then understand to not take things personally. Right?
Good. What great comments, and agree with all of those. And along the lines of traditional healing, I just thought I'd put a plug in here. Next week, November 18th, is HHS's second annual Traditional Healing Summit at the White House. And it looks like it is going to be broadcast. So if anybody's
Excellent. Yeah, Dr. Warner mentioned that as well. Thanks, Daryl. Yeah.
Jackie, did you have any?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would echo Dr. Lewis's comment, patience. It took me 6 years to finally get into the Navajo Nation because I had what we call gatekeepers, who was a fellow colleague of mine, was also a community health representative. So that's so very important. But here's the thing, we started the project as a quality control project, which exempts you from the IRB at UNM. And so after I got evaluated it and got all these great results and stuff, my directors were really pressing me to publish it. Well, I circled back around, we got UNM's permission, but the Navajo Nation IRB did not give us permission because, one of the first things that we should have thought about was their respecting their sovereignty, which we didn't. So understandably, they're like, that's the very first thing you should have done. So it's just knowing all these community nuances, and like you said, every tribe is not the same. You can't consider like you're in the door with tribal nations because or tribal communities, because there's a whole bunch, we've got 23 and
In New Mexico.
yeah, New Mexico. I've been trying to get into Mescalero, as Dr. Lewis well knows, for years now, and to no avail. So it's a it's a huge process, and it takes a whole bunch of patience.
Other thoughts?
I'm sure it's patience on their part too, having to deal with us.
Absolutely. Well, and being authentic. I think that's a very important thing, that it's that authenticity on you showing an interest to partner, then that same authenticity you will receive. Right, and I think it's a good way.
And I think one other thing that I've seen change over the last 30 years is as all of the community partnered research initiatives began, I think in many ways there was a lot more flexibility. And I think what scares me looking forward is that I see more and more attempts to standardize how you interact in a community. And that really scares me because I think we lose that ability to listen to what the community says. And I think about meetings that I've been on nationally where some other communities have come in and they really want to lead projects and they really want all the staff to be from their community. And most of the communities that we work in don't want to do that. They have their own lives. They don't want to be researchers. They wanted to partner with us initially because we were researchers and they have a question and they just want the question answered. They don't want to do the research. And so, I think there are numerous ways of approaching relationships with anyone and not to respect that and still make sure that you're giving credit and respect back to the community by listening to what they want and not saying you have to now do the work or you can't work in a partnership with researchers, I think is a dangerous slope to go down. So I may be the only one who feels that way, but I feel it very strongly.
That's why you return.
Not totally.
Not totally. No, but you're right, Johnny. Going back to what we were talking and to Ronaldo's and Steven's questions, right? That these procedures, expectations, checkboxes, again, going back to that, we do have to educate and continue the dialogues because there's not just one way of doing this, right? Community engagement.
I think cabs were another thing. Mansell remembers when we started out and, the community advisory board was the community. And, we were in 20 chapters all the time. We were at almost every chapter meeting with somebody from our team sitting there and listening. And they were all equal advisors, and to step back and pick 6 people who were going to speak for all the people in 20 chapters was ludicrous to us. I mean, we couldn't have this structured tab that has become pretty standardized, and
It's now required.
yeah, and now they've become a very structured thing. You know, we were able to, at that time, argue that, no, our advisory board is the population of 20 chapters. But, you know, I think it really has become now very formalized, and it is a thing. And it doesn't always work everywhere. I mean, you think of any community, no one person speaks for all of it. And so, you know, I think that has to be kept in mind as well.
I guess we have time for a few more questions from the webinar.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, yeah, because we have roughly 9 to 10 minutes left before we have to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we're not stopping at 3 p.m. It's like 3:10, but I know it's a lot of stop time. But I just want to be, see if I can get some answers for some of the folks that have been patient with submitting questions. And just got a new one as well. Got a couple of questions concerning hand sanitizer, especially. So the first question is what to do with outdated hand sanitizer. Again, and I would think, can hand sanitizer actually become outdated? Maybe that's a kind of a corollary question. And then the person later on asked, what can you do with outdated hand sanitizer? Could you use it for, you know, fire starter for wood burning? And then they write thinking out loud.
Yeah, it's just funny because we had this same conversation
At
around the
lunch.
table
Yeah,
over lunch.
I know. And actually, I think she had to leave another meeting.
That's what I was just looking at.
But she mentioned that, I think it was actually here at San Juan College, they had bought some aloe vera type hand sanitizer, and it was unfortunately contaminated with benzene and I think formaldehyde. So, you know, you can, of course, read the labels,
Yeah,
but also if you can't understand the source of the material, I don't know, take it from there, Dr. Lewis. What else should I know? But yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think all of us who were part of the conversation.
Oh, and of course,
today-
Jackie too. She just raised her hand.
I think-
Yeah,
Oh,
go for it,
Jackie.
Jackie. I'm sorry.
No problem. So with regard, like you said, there could be other contaminants. During the COVID pandemic, we had a outbreak on the Navajo Nation because they were making a lot of hand sanitizers with toxic alcohols such as methanol, which is a wood alcohol, can be absorbed through your hands and ingested, and you can get very sick. It can make you go blind. So it was very dangerous, and we worked with the CDC and other national organizations to recall these and get these things under control. But they still exist. There's been some poisoning cases with getting poisoned by the methanol again in hand sanitizers. So that's a real problem. As far as expiration dates, I would say, look at the label. And but if you don't know what toxic alcohols are or anything like that, I mean, yeah. And especially like if you're buying stuff on the internet and not, that from other countries, that's not, that don't have the same rigorous testing as the FDA, you're really taking a gamble.
So what's a proper disposal technique? Can you just throw them in the trash?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, if you're real worried about it, yeah, I would just throw it in the trash.
And part of the conversation today also was looking at the fact that, I mean, assuming we don't have the toxic contaminant problem, none of us could really come up with any solid reason why there should be an expiration date. Other than maybe the alcohol that's in it evaporating, but if it has been sealed and stored well, the date that's on the label might refer to a safety for sale as opposed to how long it's effective. But
Yeah, I think I'm sorry,
No.
Jen. I think it's more of a shelf life type of deal as with medication, than it going bad and poisoning you.
Right.
And just adding to that, for the disposal, because you mentioned that, Deb, so I did some work actually on trying to understand, especially for certain communities that have a centralized water system, I'm gonna call it. If you dispose it in that drain, that of course will go to your body of water, right? So there's been a lot of reports of these called emerging organic contaminants, right? That then end up being in our water, not intentionally, but simply because as a second intention of disposing things. So that would be usually preferred to dispose in the trash. You know, because what if you have formaldehyde or whatever it is, other contaminants, right? So they end up in the water. And someone downstream will have to treat them, right? So.
Yeah, so Delbert, the questioner, I think he's following us very closely, says, what if it's a pallet load of hand sanitizer?
Well, there are, I mean, I don't know about other communities, but I know Albuquerque does chemical disposal sites.
Right.
Where you could take.
We have it in District of Columbia. We have that too. Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, that's probably for a volume that large,
Yeah.
that's probably a better. Jackie shaking her head.
I haven't had a chance to review the entire website, but EPA does have some guidance on it. Google knows all, and actually they got me onto an EPA webpage. And I haven't been able to read it fast enough to give you a great report. But I will say that the EPA website says never dispose down the drain or in the trash. Although certainly you legally can.
Keep it carefully in your closet for the rest of your life?
Well, it doesn't say anything about closets.
And what about a pallet load?
But there is a EPA website and it's got apparently tons of information about this issue because it has come up a lot apparently. Because so they have information for households, businesses and institutions. And I'm not going to answer any specifics because it looks like it's about a half hour of reading before I'd be able to report out. But there is a website. If you Google how to dispose of hand sanitizer, it'll pop right up. You know, if we need to, at the end, I will read this and give you a report. But I'll just tell everybody to read the EPA website.
In the landfill.
Apparently not. I mean, that's it's in bold and it's a note and it's at the top. So, but I did do some waste stuff too. And in a household level, if you pitch it in the trash and it goes to landfill, you're not going to be in trouble and it's considered household waste. But apparently there's better ways to do it according to the EPA. So just encourage everybody to get on the website and read it. And then you can email me later after I have a chance to read it and I'll have a whole presentation on it for you.
You are indeed an.
Thanks, man. So you could write a blog about it too. So, you know, you don't have anything else to do. Yeah. Thank you, Mansell. That's great. Yeah, we have maybe 2-3 minutes left, Johnny. So let's see, we'll grab maybe a couple other questions. From William asks, is there indoor air quality education for pet owners? Anyone want to take that on? Dogs, cats, I don't know, birds, I don't know.
Interesting. I don't know of education, but it is a really good question, especially for people that have respiratory problems.
Right.
Yeah, because the dandruff for pets. Oh, Mansell.
Of course. Another EPA website. I'll just join your panel. I do teach people about that issue, and basically, it is an issue for some folks because there are allergies, and I'm one of them. So cohabitating with pets is, of course, a personal choice. But when I'm working with folks with asthma, I try to move the pet into whatever realm that the pet owner will work with, as in try to get them out of the bed, try to get them out of the bedroom, because it will reduce their symptoms significantly. And, you know, it's probably totally unreasonable to go out of the house, but I at least suggest the idea that it might improve their health to do so. But it is a personal choice. There's no regulations that I'm aware of on it, other than in public spaces. So I just encourage people to manage the pets in a way that they can maintain their health. And when I visit my son in Seattle, he keeps a room that pets never go in, and he runs a HEPA filter in it. And after about an hour in his living room, I have to go hide out in the bedroom because I'm starting to wheeze. So, I mean, different ways of managing it, but, and I can do another report on that one, but that'll be tomorrow if you guys want to come back. So, all right.
Yeah.
10 o'clock?
Johnny,
Jackie,
Thank
that's
you.
a question. I mean, an answer.
so as far as pets go, we can help with pets most of the time. If it's out of our scope, we will refer them to the veterinarian or the ASPC, a National Animal Poison Control. But as far as concerning air and birds, Teflon coated pans and cookware, when you heat it too high of a temperature, the fumes are toxic to birds.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And we do have a section on pets on our website, so.
that's a really good point because, yeah, we have parrots and yeah, Teflon coatings are bird down. Self-cleaning ovens, same deal.
Oh, yeah. Gillian, jump in. Yeah.
She was here right now with households with pets, because it's the dander is so common, is a HEPA vacuum cleaner. And like American Lung Association used to give those out to houses because they capture so much of the dander and the dust, as well as, of course, running an air cleaner. But the household dust, when you have pets, you're going to have just more dander and more dust to which chemicals and particles can attach. So when she goes out, it's all about both the quality of the vacuum and the frequency too. And that way you're reducing the allergens, the dust, the reservoirs for chemicals and all of that. So I just wanted to add, she always trains people on that's a critical thing.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's very important. As someone who has a dog, and my wife says, yeah, we need to vacuum more often. So, yeah, I know. So we're at time, but really quickly, because a couple people had some interesting things about radon, not questions, but Eileen G says every home should be tested for radon. And I totally identify with that, coming from Western Pennsylvania, and that country with that part of the country with a lot of radon. And then another listener attendee from Europe, from Germany, really brought up really good points about, radon is related to geology, obviously, to geological conditions. And, it's not just regions here in the United States that are impacted by radon, but he points out a number of places in Germany and Belgium and other parts of Europe. So this is a global issue.
Just mention one personal thing on the pet dander.
Oh, get too close, Mike, Johnny. Oh, we weren't hearing.
Oh, Mike,
Yeah, yes.
sorry.
Thank you.
I too have asthma, but was apparently in denial my whole life. And then went back and had a week away from my house, or 2 weeks away from my house. Came back, walked in the door, and immediately turned blue and had to be dragged out of the house and taken to the hospital. And it turns out that you can get a resistance to your own animals, but when you leave and return, you lose that really quickly. So I just wanted to say that, because had I known that, I probably would have tried to manage it differently. Just wouldn't wait. And I had never heard that before. So since somebody asked the question, it's to share. Anything else?
Just to thank you and the panelists, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Jackie. Thanks.
Yeah.
You appreciate it.
Nice job, Dan.
So we're going to be on break until 3:30 p.m. Mountain Time.